IB Nation, welcome back to the Irish Breakdown Podcast. And it is the latest installment of the RTCF show. That's Sean Davis, my co host, my friend, also the host of the Lucky Lefty podcast, which you can find, Sean, on CFB Nation. So make sure you're subscribed there.
Yeah.
And, we look, Sean, we know that people are missing college football on Saturdays. So we're going to be here to provide you all off season with some talk about college football. And today, Sean, we are going to have some fun talking about a lot of different topics. And I know one for sure is going to be very near and dear to your heart. But we're going to go kind of through true to RTCF. A lot of times we'll start off with the team stuff first and then go to recruiting. But today we're going to stay true to RTCF. We're going to start with recruiting. For those who don't know, R stands for recruiting, T, Notre Dame team news, and then CF stands for college football. And the thing we're going to talk about today, Sean, is it's kind of sort of like a look back at when we first started the show. And I don't remember if it was the very first show or one of the first shows.
Yeah.
In the recruiting segment, we talked about the importance of recruiting Chicago for Notre Dame and how Chicago was starting. Look, I understood why for a while Notre Dame went away from Chicago. But I felt like in the previous administration, they were a little slow recognizing that Chicago was picking things back up. And that's going to be the topic for today. Sean is talking about Chicago. And Notre Dame did something this week that I thought was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, the staff is recognizing that the area is producing a lot more talent than it has. And not just offensive linemen and tight ends, which has been producing for a while, but big-time D linemen, running backs, receivers, and guys that aren't just good players for the Midwest, but guys that can just flat out some of the best in the country.
Yeah.
And they're starting to get back to that. And they did a thing this week, Sean, that I thought was huge, because you've been telling me that right now the buzz in Chicago has really been picking up in recent months for Notre Dame, and we'll talk about why. But Notre Dame did something where the coaches went on the road and they went to all the schools in Chicago. And not just schools where they have players that they're recruiting. Some schools are not necessarily recruiting guys from those schools at the moment, but it's like, hey, we need to make sure we get back to this. But it wasn't just that. That was important, Sean. But the manner in which they advertised it, the Chicago, Indiana Blitz, half the staff was in Indiana, half the staff was in Chicago with Marcus Freeman. Then, of course, the head ball coach and the OC first began things in Michigan, talking to CJ Carr, which is important. But presenting it that way was a reminder that, hey, Chicago is our base again. We're making Chicago our base again. And Sean, you called me last night and you were like, Chicago is on fire today for Notre Dame because of the fact that Marcus Freeman rolled into Chicago deep with his staff and announced what he announced, which is, we're getting back to making Chicago our home. And I think that was a really great move, not just to get on the road day one, Chicago, Indiana, but to announce it the way they did, Sean, is a fulfillment of where we have felt they have needed to go for a while. It was really good to see.
Yeah, it was something that we discussed, and it was something that the previous regime, for whatever reason, turned a cold shoulder to Chicago. And the coaches and the programs in the Chicagoland area, they felt it. They felt a little disenfranchised from Notre Dame. And that's saying something, because Notre Dame is Chicago town. It's one of the best. I think it's one of the top 5 biggest alumni groups in the country as far as a city and not a state. And then on top of that, just going back historically, it still has the most lettermen from a city in the history of Notre Dame. So the history of Chicago and Notre Dame runs deep. And like you spoke about, the previous regime and what they did really just, kind of made the coaches and the programs in Chicago, specifically within the city, feel different. And you start to see Michigan come in and get some kids. You saw Ohio State come in and get some kids. You saw Alabama come in and get one of the big time kids that's now transferred over to Texas. So You had all these other big programs coming to Chicago, getting the best talent at the skill positions in particular. And like you said, offensive linemen are always going to be produced in Chicago, the suburbs, in the state of Illinois. But there's something different going on over the last 2 years. And I would like to tip a cap to Tommy Reese, who, in my opinion, has always been at the forefront,
He's been pushing Chicago being a
pushing
priority for
Chicago since
years.
he's been there. He's been at the
Yeah.
forefront. He was the main recruiter on Malik Elzy for a while. And then, the rest of the staff came in and, ultimately he chose Illinois. D'Angelo Stockstill was another kid from Simeon that got a look and things just didn't pan out. Like I said, Mike Mickens was up here last summer going around the schools, and he stopped in Kenwood, and a kid Khalil Tate that ultimately ended up at Iowa was someone he was looking at. Chris O'Leary was looking at a kid Jair Hill from Kankakee who ended up going to Michigan. So it didn't just start this year. I believe the staff last year started to make the relationships and build the bridges that had been burned previously. And once that happened, I think it ignited a fire, right? And then the fire started picking up because these coaches talk, right? Because now, for a long time, the suburban coaches and programs really didn't respect the city programs. And now that these city programs have begun to rise, and I'm talking about the public schools, not just the Catholic schools like your St. Ignatius, your Brother Rice, or your Mount Carmel, which are your standard bearers within the city. The public schools started to win state championships within the last 7 years. And then now you have Kenwood, who's become a dominant program in the state. They're rising because their coaching staff came over from Simeon, who has long been one of the top contenders and best programs in the state of Illinois. So now you get this fire building, and you're building these relationship with these coaches, and now it's making an impact on the youngsters. And you saw a lot of youngsters show up at the junior day last year. You saw a lot of youngsters from Chicago show up at the blue and gold game. And that's when you knew, okay, there's something being rekindled here between Notre Dame and Chicago. And by the time we got to the season, it was starting to build even more, right? Because if you go to the suburban areas, that's where the majority of these Notre Dame fans, right? You're talking about Rudy, the story of Rudy. He comes from Joliet, right? That's a Catholic town. That's a Notre Dame town. It's not changing, right? And those people, they grow up, their kids become Notre Dame fans, their grandkids become Notre Dame fans, and they grow up and they start to go out to the western suburbs. And as they expand, now the fan base expands. The only thing that really came through Chicago and changed things, I would say, was a cultural phenomenon, which was in basketball, Georgetown,
Mhm.
and in football, Miami. And that was just a cultural phenomenon that lasted for a quick second and then it was over. And once that was done, Notre Dame remained, you know, Chicago's college football program. So I think now it's at an all time high because there's a renewed hope of a relationship between the coaches, the programs, and what Marcus Freeman has done with his staff. Another coach that's no longer here, Lance Taylor, did a fantastic job. Lance Taylor was the one, really, besides Tommy, that built the relationship with Simeon, Morgan Park, and those schools on the South Side before he left and ultimately took a new job last year.
Which should
So,
help him a ton at Western Michigan,
absolutely.
getting some of those kids from. I mean, that's a short trip over to over to
Kalamazoo, right?
Kalamazoo.
Yeah,
Yes, yes. I mean,
yeah,
it's an hour north of Chicago of South Bend. That's it.
yeah,
So should pay
yeah.
dividends there.
So absolutely, and like you said, the talent is. Chicago went through a strange drop off in its population, where a lot
Mhm.
of the kids and their parents ventured out west or either ventured south, whether it was to Texas or to Georgia, Atlanta, that
There's some
metropolitan
folks moving
area,
across the border into
in
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, things like that. So, and now I think it's kind of stabilizing itself. And I mean, you hear about the violence and everything, but from a
Mhm.
population standpoint, things have kind of stabilized. And now you start to see that talent once again come to the forefront because there's been a lot of investment. And I like this. There has been some suburban coaches that have built relationships and helped to establish a pipeline within the city to help these young coaches coach, build up young boys and girls in the city, and now there's a pool from those programs in the city, like a Simeon, Kenwood, Morgan Park, Whitney Young, to pull from. So now they can have programs that can actually compete at the top level in the state of Illinois. So, kudos to the suburb that didn't, for a long time they didn't respect, but I think they came to
Right.
respect the issues that the coaches in the inner city had to deal with. And once they built those bonds and started helping out with camps and started meeting with each other and giving ideas and sharing ideas, then you start to see
Sean,
certain
that's
things take
so
place.
important for a healthy area athletically
Yeah,
to have that buy-in. Like, hey, what's good for us is good for them, and what's good for them is good for us.
yeah,
And I think especially as you see more and more of these 7-on-7 programs where you see Catholic, because like back in the day, Sean, the Catholic school kids were kind of overdoing their thing. They didn't play each other, and then you had the public school kids, and then there was the suburban league, and
yeah,
there wasn't a lot of carryover because there was nothing but the season. And these kids maybe play each other in basketball a little bit, some of the other sports, but not in football. Well, now with the 7-on-7 stuff, you have these. I mean, Boom is like dominating 7-on-7 every year, and it's
yeah.
a bunch of Chicago kids.
Hmm.
And it's because you're getting all these kids from all the different parts of the Chicago. And when we say Chicago, we're not just talking about the city only of Chicago. We're talking about the suburban areas around it. Like, so we consider Cam Williams as being from Chicago, correct?
Yeah,
He's technically from Glen Ellen, which is one of the suburban areas. Tommy Reese is not from Chicago. He's from Lake Forest. That's
yeah,
quite different, but it's the Chicago area.
yeah,
But you're starting to get all these kids playing together on these 7-on-7 teams, and you're starting to see a bond there first, and then it's bleeding over into from a coaching standpoint. And I think that's good for the city. But you can't ignore the fact, Sean, that in recent years, all the things we're talking about are great,
yeah.
but that doesn't matter if the talent's not improving.
True.
And that's the thing for me. And and it's not a coincidence that in the last 5 years, as Chicago has improved, you're seeing more big time schools come into the area. You're seeing Alabama included, right? Ohio State making a run at two of the better skill players from the area in the last 2 years, and Caleb Brown 2 years ago, and then Cardinal Tate this past year.
Yeah,
And so what you're seeing, Sean, is when you kind of look at the area and you look at Chicago and you start seeing more schools kind of coming in there, the talent has greatly enhanced, and it's not a coincidence that Illinois is starting to get better with a lot of kids from Chicago. Iowa State this past year, their leading rusher, I believe, was a Chicago kid, right?
yeah,
I know he had got banged up a little bit, but you're starting to see that impact a lot more, and that's kind of the thing that is important for me. Is it's fine to say recruit Chicago, recruit Chicago. Tom Lemming's been saying recruit Chicago for 50 years. Well, 7, 8, 9 years ago, I'm like, hey, sorry, man, but it's just, there's a kid or two, but like every now and then, but you just can't recruit the area. Now you're talking about, Sean, where there's starting to be some years where, boy, if Notre Dame could get 4 or 5 kids from that area, that's going to be big. Whereas before it's like a Niles Morgan here, a Micah Jones over here.
right.
And now you're saying, boy, you really need to put the clamps down. But the reality is whether it's 1 kid a year or 5 kids a year, it's imperative that Notre Dame say, this is our city. And if we want a kid from here, we're going to get a kid from here. And that's been the concern.
Yeah,
Is would they be able to get back to that even if they wanted to? And that answer, I think, is going to be determined come signing day this year, right? A little under a year from now in
yeah,
December. But I think the early returns are, Sean, that if Notre Dame puts the emphasis on Chicago it needs to, that it can quickly go from zero. They can go from 0 to 100 in a couple seconds. You
facts.
know what I mean? And
Yeah,
that's the thing that we're seeing. Where when Notre Dame first started making a push for Cam Williams, they weren't. I mean, Michigan was the team that everybody thought was going to get him, and Michigan's been dominating Notre Dame in Chicago because Notre Dame
absolutely.
has been so late to the table. But then Notre Dame gets on Cam Williams kind of early, makes a hard foot push for him, and by the end of Irish Invasion, he's in the class.
Wow.
You talk
Yeah,
about we'll get into Justin Scott here in a minute, but you kind of look at last year and being able to go into the Chicago area and say, hey, Christopher Terrick, it's again Glen Ellen kid, right? Same city as Cam Williams. An offensive lineman from Chicago committed to Wisconsin 5 years ago was not getting flipped from Wisconsin.
No.
And there's some things happening in Wisconsin that helped Notre Dame. But even if that didn't happen, Notre Dame's probably going to get Chris Tarek.
Yeah.
And it's not just because of Harry Heastand. It's because that's ultimately where Chicago kids want to go.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's really important. And then, of course, yesterday they offered Darian Dupree, running back from Mount Carmel, who can flat out play. You know, they've offered Marquise Lightfoot, who's from the Chicago area. And then, of course, there's the main attraction, so to speak, in the city of Chicago, and that is Justin Scott. I would say the two best kids in Chicago, in my opinion, Sean, are clearly Justin Scott and Cam Williams. The Chicago area are Justin Scott and Cam Williams.
Yeah, Notre Dame's in on 4 of the top 6.
Yeah,
in Illinois. Just think about that's where they should stay.
Right.
They should pull from the top 5 kids and whomever they want out of the top 5. They should be able to get. You know, as another kid, I don't think they're going to offer, but he's a heck of an athlete. Tyshawn Griffin from Morgan Park. Then you got Amarion Stewart out there from Bolingbrook. Is another kid. Eddie Turk is somebody that actually Mike Elston, when he was there,
right?
He was talking to Eddie Turk.
Yeah,
and
he was on campus this summer, I believe, for Irish Invasion. I believe.
Yeah.
And if Notre Dame wanted Christian Betancourt, they could have got him.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
I mean, there's no question.
Is ranked 2nd in the state
by rivals. Yeah. And Notre Dame just thought Jack Larson was better.
Yeah.
And so, and I tend to agree with him. He was also a little bit of a better fit, but you know, he's a kid that they could have had. So, I mean, Grant Steck was on campus this summer at Irish Invasion. So it's a lot of those kids that they're pushing for, you know, and I know Rivals has Cam Williams number 3 in the state behind Betancourt, but to me, Cam Williams is definitely better than him with all due respect.
Yeah.
But that's the thing for me is for Notre Dame has been able to go into Chicago and get the Cole Kmets, some offensive linemen, guys like that. But right now you're talking about a stud defensive lineman. You're talking about a wide receiver. You're talking about a running back.
Yeah.
Sean, those are the positions that have been harder for Notre Dame to get out of that area. And I think that's the part that has to be discussed is they're producing more of the positions that, like Charles Jagus, getting a Charles Jagus out of Illinois is not a surprise. You know, like that's the state of Illinois produces kids like that. I mean, going back, and Notre Dame's missed on some of those guys too. I'm just talking about like it's an area that's produced linemen. Chris Watt, you know, the Ethan Posick kid who went to LSU a couple years ago.
Yeah.
So there's been kids like that, but we haven't seen a lot of Cam Williams come out of there. We haven't seen a lot of Darian Dupree's come out of there, at least not as you know, it's not consistent. And so I think the fact that you're talking about them starting to produce more of that skill, you know, Amorian Stewart, like right now there's other guys that are just hiring the board for him, but that guy's a good football player.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big thing for me, Sean, is when I look at it, say, boy, they're producing the higher level talent, but also the higher level skill talent. And that's a huge thing for me. Now I said Rivals has Cam Williams 3, 247 has him 2nd in the composite. So they're both considered top 50 players. And that right there is the point. 2 top 50 players out of Chicago.
Yeah.
Can't miss on them. Can never miss on them.
No.
I mean, that's as bad, or even if not, that's worse than missing on a top 50 kid from Fort Wayne to me. Because Chicago's even more conducive to Notre Dame than Fort Wayne. So that's the thing for me, Sean. And obviously the crown jewel of it is, so to speak, is Justin Scott. So I know a lot of people are wanting to know about him and kind of what's going on with him. So let's get into it, Sean. And obviously you had a chance to go. We talked already about on the show about this. You had a chance to go in and meet with Justin face to face. We had some very interesting intel to share on the board, which we eventually shared on the site. Or I mean, in the show the other day, but Notre Dame went by the school yesterday and was able to, you know, meet with the coaches and just remind everybody there that we're still here. We're still Notre Dame. And then heard it went really well. And then later that night, not saying these are direct correlations, but later that night, Justin Scott tweets out that I'm making my commitment on January 23rd. Now, you and I knew he was going to make an earlier commitment. You kind of walked through it on the show the other day.
I thought it was the 31st. Is it 31st?
What did I say?
23rd.
No, I meant to say 31st. I don't know why I
Okay.
said 31st, 23rd.
Yeah.
31st. And you look at it and it's a situation, Sean, where you had walked out that you could see him making a decision in the next few months,
Hmm.
but for him to tweet out the 31st was okay, that's interesting. So you've had a chance to talk with Justin since then. So let's have
Yeah.
it.
So just
Where do you think
walk.
things stand?
Let's walk it back to Tuesday night. I get talked to him for 15 minutes after this game, and he was very adamant that he was ready. Like he released his top 8 because he was ready to get it over with. He felt like he knew what he liked about each school, and he was just ready to get through the process. And his basketball schedule was about to get hectic, which is crazy because they have some weeks coming up where they have 3 games in a week, which is bananas for high school. And they just had a big game last night against Loyola Academy up in Wilmette, which was like a barn burner because that's the 2 prestigious Jesuit Catholic schools in the city of Chicago. And you know, I gave him time to get home last night, and like I said, he gave me the vibe that he was ready to end things, but he was still looking to possibly make some visits after the basketball season on Tuesday. Fast forward, they visit the school, the coaching staff visits the school. It was Al Golden, it was Al Washington, and it was Marcus Freeman. They visit the school. He characterized his words to me was, yo, it went really good. Everything was really good. And then we just started to talk about some other things, joke with him about certain things in his film. And I said, how big was today for you? I said, was it really big for you? And he said, yes, sir. It was really big. And that was the last thing he said to me last night, you know. And I think the magnitude of what they did and the way they did it, because I don't think no one really knew that they were coming until probably they put it out
That's the other
that
thing,
morning.
Sean, too, is they
Yeah,
did it as sort of a sneak attack kind
yeah,
of thing
yeah.
to where to create maximum effect. Because we've talked to several kids who were like, "Yeah, I didn't know they were coming today." I don't think Cam Williams knew that they were coming.
No, he didn't. He didn't. I talked to
Yeah,
Cam Williams that morning, and that's when he knew. He was the one that told me
right.
that Stuckey and Freeman would be at his basketball game, which was a fantastic game, by the way, last night.
Because that's where you
But
were last night
yeah,
too,
that's
right?
where I was last night. And Marcus Freeman is a rock star. We need to get to that as well.
Yeah.
We need to get to that as well. But um, yeah, Justin Scott, man, the shift that came from, in my opinion, there was a shift in his mind that came from the events on yesterday. Not so much that it kind of sped up what he already wanted to do.
Yeah.
He was clear to me that he was ready to be done, right? And it was just going to be a matter of maybe taking another visit or two in the spring. And I think I told you, or I said on the show, that I expected him to possibly make a decision by like late spring,
Yeah,
early summer. I
you might
said
have said that on the show too, but you
and I,
definitely said
and
that
I
to me
said
as
he's
well.
not the type of kid to drag it out.
No. I mean,
He's not going to do that.
let's be real about something, Sean. If Notre Dame would have handled this recruitment correctly, he probably would have committed in the fall. Last
Yeah,
fall.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. I absolutely agree. So, um, so yeah, just talking to him last night. Matter of fact, I want to make sure I get his words correctly. Um, what stood out was just the overall vibe and feeling. Like I said, it was a sneak attack, but it meant the world to him. And the reason it means the world to him, and the reason it means a world to a Darian Dupree when he gets an offer like that, is because this is a Notre Dame town. And I'm sure we're going to dig more into this because we talked about it last night. Like you can go get a
Sean, we're
five.
talking Chicago. You can take this where you want to
Yeah,
take it.
no, it's like
You know what I mean?
you talk about 5-star kids from Florida. You talk about a 5-star kid from Texas. Yeah, they might like Notre Dame. They might like Marcus Freeman, but how much are they truly invested in Notre Dame?
They might even commit to Notre Dame.
They might even commit to Notre Dame, but how much of an investment do they have from their childhood in Notre
Right.
Dame? How much have they been surrounded by alumni in their neighborhoods or alumni in their high schools? This is what you're getting from a Justin Scott or a Darian Dupree if they indeed decide to commit to Notre Dame. They are bought into the program. There is little danger to when these young men commit, there's little danger that they're decommitting. They are bought in. They already love the program. They know the program. Their athletic directors went to Notre Dame. Their teammates' brother and father went to Notre Dame. Like they're surrounded by the program. They love the program. They're the type of kids that wait for that offer. They're waiting for the offer. That is the offer that they all wait for to say, yeah, you have been validated. All the work you put in is worth it. Doesn't mean that that's where they're going to choose to go, but that's an offer that they wait for. They clamor for in the city of Chicago. And so Notre Dame has to know that. They have to know that. And they have to know that they start out with an advantage for these young kids in Chicago and operate like that. And to see the progression from last year, the legwork they did, to this year and pushing the envelope even further, it made me as a Chicagoan and made those young men that have loved Notre Dame and the program since they were small, made them feel extremely. Look, Justin Scott and Cam Williams were happy and excited for Darian.
Mhm.
Like when they saw he got the offer, they were like, yo, I'm so happy for my boy. Like if you saw Tom Lemming, I retweeted it. Tom Lemming put out a video last year of the top kids in the 24 class. And right there in front, it was Darian Dupree. You go to the next row behind him, it was Cam Williams. And you go to the back row right behind Cam, it was Justin Scott. And it's like, they're all in this group of kids. And Eddie Turk is like right there next to Justin Scott. Eddie Turk is another kid. Like, if he gets that offer, it's over with. It's
Which
like
is why you actually won't see Notre Dame offer many kids in Chicago.
absolutely.
They have to be very
They
careful
have to
who
be
they offer
careful.
because
They do.
you can't offer a kid and then he wants to commit and you're like, nah, dude, sorry, we can't
Right.
take you. Because
Absolutely.
right now Eddie Turk's not, he's a D lineman. I mean, he's not a guy that right now is a guy that that they would take. So they got to be careful. Same thing with Christian Betancourt. Like, look, Notre Dame liked him. They did.
Yeah.
And they say, why did you never offer him? Because he'd committed. And they weren't ready to take his commitment because they were other guys they liked better.
On the spot. On the
So
spot.
that's the danger too with some of these kids. Not all of them,
Yeah.
but some of these kids. You have to be careful.
So I would say after my conversation with him last night and comparing it to the conversation I had with him on Tuesday night, that was a shift in his mindset. That was a shift based upon the events of yesterday that made him want to end his recruitment earlier than he intended. And he was already on the track wanting to get it over with and not dragging it out. Right.
Mhm.
And I flat out asked him last night, do you pretty much know where you want to go? And he said, yeah, I'm pretty close. So that's where we sit. And now we sit and wait for January 31st. But Irish Breakdown, IB Nation, he's going to see me at every home game until the
There's
31st.
no doubt.
So you guys will be locked in.
And here's the great thing about it. I don't have to tell my guy to go to the basketball game. I don't have to force him to go and call. He's on it before he's calling me, hey, I'm on the way to the basketball game. All right, cool. Let's do it. Sean, here's the concern though, right? And it all sounds great, but here's the concern about Chicago in general and to a degree with Justin Scott. You have allowed Michigan to get a foothold into that city.
Absolutely.
You have allowed Ohio State to get a foothold into that city, which means these battles are going to be tougher than they should be.
Yeah.
It's not a given that if they push for Darian Dupree, they're going to get him because Michigan's been on him for a while.
Yeah.
Now, Michigan was slow to offer him as well.
Yeah.
Notre Dame actually beat Michigan to the punch, and then you just saw a couple hours later that Michigan offers.
Right.
That was a reaction to Notre Dame offering. They couldn't hold off offering once Notre Dame offered.
No.
had no choice. So now you're putting Michigan, and that's the same thing that happened with Cam Williams. Is Michigan thought they were in a good place, and then Notre Dame just went from like 0 to 100 like that with Cam Williams, and then Michigan tried to scramble and get caught up. It's too late.
Too late.
Once Notre Dame got ahead of them, it's a wrap.
Well, Michigan has pretty much had the lay of the land. Right, with the previous staff. And they, they could kind of slow walk.
It was like, and they got other guys too, like Roger Pierce last year from St. Rita, obviously along with the AJ Hennings, and they got Brooks Barr, who's a Chicago suburb kid, right? Yeah. So they've been doing really well there. There's a lot of Chicago kids on campus when those kids visit, right? And that's because Notre Dame has allowed that to happen. Now, to a degree, that's okay. I'm okay them not taking Brooks Barr and Roger Pierce. That's okay. You got better players than them.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's the balancing act Notre Dame has to find here, Sean, is you've got to get those kids from Chicago, but you also can't sacrifice getting better players for them. And like you and I talked last night, if it's equal, you take the Chicago kid. If it's really close, and maybe that other kid is better, I think you take the Chicago kid or the Fort Wayne kid or the Indianapolis kid, right?
Yeah.
But with all due respect to like Roger Pierce, he's a good football player. He's not better than Devin Houston.
Yeah.
Not at all. Got to make that move. With all due respect to Brooks Barr, he's a solid football player.
Yeah.
Mike Elson tried to get him here when he was at Notre Dame. He's not Boubacar Traore. He's not Brendan Vernon. And so you got to be careful there with how you recruit him, because you can also alienate the city too if you push hard for these kids. They want to come and you tell them no thanks.
Right.
And you take somebody else. So it can be a really challenging balancing act for Notre Dame too, which is why you don't see them offer a lot of the kids. They don't offer these kids till they're ready to take them.
I like this staff because they're honest.
Right.
High school coaches respect honesty. Right. Mike Mickens goes. He asks to come up to Kenwood. Say, I'm interested in some of your guys. And he has an honest conversation with St.Q. Turner. Honest conversation.
Say who that is, Sean.
St.Q. Turner is the head coach of the Kenwood Broncos.
Right, which is where Marquise
Lightfoot is, right? Like and they have to have that honesty because Marquise is coming after the kid that they came to look at in the 23 class. And then they have kids in the 25 class that are the 25 class in Illinois. From a skill position standpoint and quarterback standpoint, might end up being the best quarterback skill position class that they've had probably in about 10 years. There's that many wide receivers, athletes. Javon Clark at Morgan Park, class of 25. He's been to Notre Dame a couple of times. He's a linebacker, though, and I think they're looking at him at linebacker. And I'm sure he'll be at the Invasion this year. So it's just, man, the buzz, the talent just continues to bloom, and everything is centered around. We talked about this, the narrative, right? After losing Keon Keeley, after losing Peyton Bowen, all we've heard for the past month, man, Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman is recruiting better, but we can't hold. It's the 5 stars. It's the 5 stars. It's the 5 stars. Well, you know what? You know how I think, and I said it jokingly last night, but I believe, you know what? You know, when you do things right, you might just get a little help. And to kill that narrative, he put a no-nonsense, no drama, 5-star defensive tackle, which is what you need. He gave you exactly what you need. Everybody's been begging for that defensive tackle. And somehow
300 plus pound
already.
Right.
6'5", 315 already. Just happens to fall into your backyard. Here. Break the narrative. Start with that. And once you start with that, then the other 5 stars will say, oh, he went there?
The danger is the flip side, though. And this is the concern, because you have 17 days to close the deal. If you're the leader, if he knows where he's going to go and it's not Notre Dame, they have 17 days to fix it. If it's 17 days from now and he knows where he's going and it's Notre Dame, you got to hold off, because now everybody else is bringing, like Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, they're throwing Okay, you got 17 days,
Hmm.
everything at them. And if their perception is that Notre Dame is the leader, they're going to throw everything at them, right? You have 17 days to get it done. The problem is, Sean, is, and this is the frustration, is we shouldn't even be in this conversation, having this conversation right now.
Didn't we have that same
Right,
thought towards another Chicago kid in the
right,
23 class?
right, right.
So,
And you didn't get on him as early, and he's referring to Cardinal Tate. They should have wrapped up much sooner than they did, and then it would have been harder for him to leave. It'd have been harder for Cardinal to leave Notre Dame than it would have been for him to leave another school,
yep,
right?
yep,
So that's kind of where you're at, because you, like you
yeah,
said, and you didn't even mention he's from a prestigious Catholic school, Sean.
yeah.
Because that adds to the conversation as well. But so you look at it this year, Sean. To me right now, there's 5 kids in the Chicago area that Notre Dame's looking at, like, hard. I think they'll try to take at least 3 of them.
Hmm.
The other 2, I'm not sure about. Obviously, Cam Williams, Justin Scott, Darian Dupree is the other one, Marquise Lightfoot, and then I'm trying to remember who the 5th guy is. For the life of me, I can't remember who the 5th guy
I
is.
think they, if I'm not, I, I'm not sure if he got offered, but I know he was at the invasion and they were looking at him. Darian Dupree's teammate, Parker Starks, the linebacker. He's
Yeah,
in 24 class. I thought he tweeted out that he got an offer, but I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not
think he's
sure.
been offered yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember who the 5th guy is, but those are, so hold on. It says Justin Scott, Cam Williams, Marquise
Yes.
Lightfoot, Darian
Hmm.
Dupree, and I can't remember who the 5th guy is that I'm trying to think of. But anyway, the point is, it's not a big list,
Yeah.
right? It's not a big list, but it's a list that you're saying, okay, we're trying to go get this group, and I
Hmm.
think you got to get at least 2 of them, and I think that I'd like to see a third. It for me, if I could say perfect world, everything goes according to plan for Notre Dame, it's you get Justin Scott, you get Cam Williams, and you get Darian Dupree.
Hmm.
Marquise Lightfoot, I'm still not quite sure that's the way to go right
See, that's
now.
that's the only one we disagree on.
Yeah.
Is Marquise Lightfoot.
Just because it's not even about him, it's just looking at the board right now,
Hmm.
there's just better players on the board at that position right now. You know, uh, Jacob Smith is on campus right now from Connecticut. He's just a better player than Marquise Lightfoot. Bryce Young is one we'd have to debate on. I think Marquise is a better player now. I think Bryce has a higher ceiling. There's just other guys that play that position on the board. Darius Hayes, I think, is a linebacker slash potential Viper.
Viper.
There's just
Yeah.
other guys on the board right now, Sean. We don't disagree on Marquise Lightfoot as a player. I don't think we do. It's just, for me, it's just there's just other guys that fit the what I referred to earlier, which is it can't just be slightly better. They've got to definitely be better. And right now, there's just guys on the board right now that fit that mold. And the one thing about Bryce Young is he's not from Chicago, but he's a legacy.
Oh,
And
absolutely. You
so
know it means something to
there's
him.
that dynamic as well. So,
Yeah.
there's Jayshon Ross, who they're way behind on right now, but he's on the board. He's significantly better than him. Elijah Rushing. So it's just kind of like, that's the only one that makes me a little bit hesitant to say how, because you already have Owen Wafel. I feel good about Notre Dame's ability to get Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Say, okay, you got the Smith twins, you've got Justin Scott, you've got a couple, because see, here's the thing too. A lot of people look at Justin Scott, Sean, 6'5", 310, 315. Oh, nose tackle. Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
Right. Now I thought he was nose tackle when they first started recruiting him just because I saw the size. And then you watch the film and you're like, he could play nose tackle.
Hmm.
But if you choose to put him in nose tackle, you're choosing to put him at the position that's probably his 3rd best position. Now, he'd be really good at it. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong.
Right.
But you look at him as a 3 technique, or even better, if they went to like a 3-down alignment, he's your 4-I-5 technique right there, and he's a
Look,
monster.
so that is just a tidbit. Now you're getting into the conversation or what has been relayed to him as far as
Yeah,
how he's going to be used. They don't view him as a nose tackle.
which is hugely
They
important.
want him to play everywhere on
Yeah,
Chris T. Jones from the Chiefs.
yeah.
If I had an
Mississippi State.
NFL, yes,
Yeah,
right? The way the Chiefs use him, like when they go 3 down, He's on the outside, rushing from the outside. Then you can see him playing both interior positions, depending upon what they want to do. And they just allow him to get after the mismatch in the pass rush, push the pocket. That's how they view him. They
Yeah.
want to use his versatility and his athleticism along the defensive line. And that's what he already does. So that's
And when you
very
put him in
comfortable
nose tackle,
for
Sean,
him.
it's 3rd and 7
Yes.
because you've got your nickel package in,
Mhm.
and then he's dynamic from that spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that to me, he is the key to this class and as a whole. But like the point is you look at him, he's a 3 technique kind of kid.
Mhm.
So then you start getting into it. Okay, it's really an intriguing situation for Notre Dame, Sean, because they've got to make some decisions here, right? So if you take Justin Scott a 3 technique, then you say, okay, you've already got Owen Wafel, who's kind of a 3 technique nose, but probably more of a 3 technique.
Mhm.
And then you say, okay, but you like the twins, but like if you get Justin Scott, do you then take a 3rd 3 technique and Jared Smith, the other twin?
Right.
Because he's not really a nose either. At nose, you really like TJ Lindsey a lot, the kid from Arkansas who's about 6'4", 290 right now, and is going to keep blowing up. You've got the kid that they just recently offered from Pennsylvania who's going down to
John IMG.
yeah,
Yeah.
who's a great looking nose tackle prospect.
Right.
So you've got some guys on the board that fit that spot really well. And then you've got a guy like Benedict Ume, who's a really raw kid, but another guy to consider. So they're going to have to make some really interesting decisions. Jordan Thomas from New Jersey, 6'6", 295 kid. They could probably be a nose 3 technique. So they've got to be careful they don't fill up too quickly. And that's kind of my thing is you got to decide, who do you prefer to get early, Bryce Young or Marquise Lightfoot? I don't know if you can take both of them early. And that's the difficult situation that they're in right now. And, obviously Bryce Young's on campus right now. By the way, I walked by, he towers over his father, by the way. He doesn't look 6'4", 215.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
He looks closer to 6'5", 230 at this point. He's got a huge head.
Yeah.
And I mean that literally. He's got really broad shoulders. I mean, just his feet are huge, his hands are, but what you notice today is he's starting to fill out a little bit in the chest area. Like you could see a little definition here in the chest area.
Yeah.
Torso starting to fill out a little bit more, you're starting to see him kind of grow into that body. He's an interesting kid because he is such floor is down here off the screen where he could play a meaningful snap in his entire career.
Yeah.
But I feel like the ceiling is also really up here where he could end up, because he's got great size potential. I think he's a pretty good athlete for his size.
I agree with that.
And then he's got the DNA. You can't dismiss that. I mean, that's what the staff banked on with Joe Alt.
Yeah.
Hey, 6'4", 6'7", 240, but
that's a darn good bet to take.
Dad,
right?
He's built a lot like his dad. His dad went to Iowa as a tight end, and then grew into a first-round draft pick on the offensive line, and became a 10-plus year veteran who's I believe in the Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs front office, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you say you banked on the DNA a little bit, and I think that there's a thought of, do you really want to pass on Bryant Young's kid, and he goes to Tennessee and hits his ceiling? Do you really want to do that?
Nah.
That's the concern. But see, this is where they're at, where here's the interesting thing, Sean, and here's the frustrating thing, is there's so many good D linemen that they're in on that if they were handling D-line recruiting correctly, they could pick and choose who they wanted in this class on the D-line. They still may end up doing that because that's the power that Marcus Freeman has. And we didn't talk about that. Like what you're seeing now, and if he actually really wins at the next level, he's the kind of cat, Sean, that when he walks into a room, it just kind of there's just that dude that when he walks to a room, people stop and they start like, okay, hold on a second, so-and-so's here.
Yeah.
Like I remember being at the combine, and you've got Brady Quinn walking around, which was my one time meeting him, which is quite an honor. I'm not gonna lie to you. You got all these NFL executives, John Lynch, and then all of a sudden John Elway walks in the room, and just like yo, everybody's looking around, and it wasn't just me, because obviously I'm like, oh my god, it's freaking John Elway, you know what I mean? You know me, but you're just looking around the room, and it's like this dude's almost in his 50s, and he hasn't played but just all of a sudden, all the media is kind of around, and then all of a sudden John Elway walks in and just bam, right there like that. There's just some people that have that presence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Marcus Freeman has a lot to prove as a
Yeah.
coach because he's a first-year coach. He showed us
Right.
a lot, et cetera, et cetera. But he's got a lot. But the one thing is that if he wins,
Hmm.
you're going to have a hard time with it because he is one of those guys that walks into a room and he has a
Yeah.
presence, and it's combined with something very important, very important. And this is what I think has helped Dabo Swinney a lot at Clemson. You can say what you want about Dabo, but everybody that meets him says that dude, that's just who he is. What you see on TV, oh, that's a shtick. No, it's not. Anyone that knows him says that's who he is. He's genuine. And kids want someone who is real.
Yes.
And what you see from Marcus Freeman,
It's
that's
real.
who he is.
That's who he is.
It's not fake. It's not forced. Like we're at the junior day today, and they did this really funny thing where like Chad Bowden and all of his recruiting assistants were like dressed up like Secret Service agents. And when kids would pull up, they would like stop the car and they'd like roll down the windows. They're like checking underneath, looking for bombs and stuff. And they get kids out there like frisking the kids. Like at one point, Cam Williams runs over and he's frisking Jack Larson and all this. Then they announce like so-and-so is here. And the kids loved it. I mean, they loved it, right? But the reason it works, and I said this to some of the guys that were there, the reason this works, the reason it's accepted and not weird and corny and awkward is because that's who Chad is.
That's who he is.
It's
man.
not an act. I mean, it's an act because they're pretending, but like he's just that way. It's natural, it's real,
Yeah.
it's free. And so then when you have him doing his kind of goofy thing, and then but what you're getting is you're getting two guys that are just who they are.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this with Tommy Rees. And people are like, why are you defending Tommy Rees? Because I believe that in the last 2-3 months, Tommy Rees is kind of coming out of a shell a little bit, and we're seeing more of the real Tommy Rees. And what I mean by that is being around Marcus brings that out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, stop trying to be this. Stop trying to be the Notre Dame quarterback that's always got to try to say the right thing and do the right thing and do all that, right? Like that's what you have. That's what has been groomed into Notre Dame players for years.
Yeah.
Every kid gives the same exact answer. There's no, Liam Eichenberg comes out against Virginia Tech and 20, hey, we're just going to get on the bus, go down there, kick their ass, get on the bus, and go home. And like we didn't see him in the media for the rest of the year. Why? That's a great, because you know what they did? That's exactly what they did.
That's exactly what they did.
You know what I mean? And so it's like Tommy was kind of programmed to be that guy. And I think being around Marcus and being around Chad at first, I think it was kind of like oil and water because but now it's like, I think Tommy's getting it and he's now feeding off of that and you're seeing the success. But it begins at the top, Sean, with a head coach that is a certain way, demands certain things, but he does it because that's who he is. And when he walks into a room, people notice, and it doesn't take these kids more than 5 minutes of talking to this guy to be like, that's a dude that I want to play for. Right? And that's what hurt them with Keon. Because with Keon being in Tampa, you could only really see him during that whole stretch when he came up to your campus. Whereas if you're down there, it's much easier to just kind of always be around. He can be at your campus a lot more. And I think those are the things that you look at and say, that's what people say, well, if you get Justin Scott, it's going to be just like Keon. And no, it's not. It's a different deal for a lot of reasons. But one of them is because you are going to have him around Marcus Freeman all the time. And so I think that's something that helps with this thing too. It's not a coincidence that it wasn't just the Notre Dame coaching staff went to Chicago, which has created buzz. You talk about but Marcus Freeman just walks in with a completely different presence.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Something seismic happened with that visit. And it wasn't a phone call. It wasn't just his defensive line coach. It wasn't just the defensive coordinator. It was, yo, that's the dude. That's the dude. And everyone knows in the recruiting ranks who Marcus Freeman is. Like, they know he is a dude. The coaches at these high schools know. He walks in, his presence. The game last night, right? They walk in. What? What? Okay. I know coaches come to these games all the time, but all right. Then you start to see, Glenbard West is different. You can watch in stadium, but then they have this glass area above where you can stand and watch. And you can see administration up there watching the game behind the glass. And, they spend time in both places and they go up there. And, I'm looking on social media after the game. And I'm waiting around and he's taking pictures with little kids. And this one dad posts his picture and says, my kids said this is the greatest day of his life. And he has a Notre Dame jersey on. He's taking a picture with Marcus Freeman. And it's like, dude, what? That's the effect. Like, that's a kid that if he grows up to be a 6'3", 210-pound linebacker, if they offer him, it's over. Like, it's, nothing else needs to be said. That'll be a story at halftime of a game that they talk about. That picture he took that was posted on Twitter that his dad took, and now he's a starting middle linebacker for Notre Dame. Look, he was a star last night from the moment he walked in the doors at Glenbard West. The moment he walked in the door, he stole the show. He stole the show. And, that's what you love to see. That's what you love to see. I don't think there can be anything. I know earlier you said they have to be careful how they recruit. I think the fact that this staff, starting with Marcus Freeman, remember we talked about it earlier in the year. Like, he's so transparent that sometimes, like, man, maybe he's too transparent. I remember we used to say that all the time, like, yo, he's telling the truth.
Right.
But I don't know if you want to say that. But he is willing to deal with the pros and cons of being himself.
Right.
And that probably comes from his father.
Right.
And the type of disciplinarian he is.
Yeah.
Like, something, be who
with
you
that
are.
military background.
Absolutely. Right. My grandfather used to tell me, son, if you be yourself, you never have to be anybody else. I remember him telling me that growing up. So you have to respect that. And like you said, the kids and the coaches respect that. Because if it's not your cup of tea or you're looking for something else, then that's fine. And I think two things were learned yesterday. I think there was something we talked about that the staff had to be sure of and feel and see for themselves. And Justin Scott needed something.
Yeah.
And I think they both got it.
Right.
Yesterday.
Now just keep it up.
Yes.
For the next 17 days.
Yes.
The last thing on Coach Freeman too is it's like with a lot of these things, and it's why I think kids ultimately want to play for him is because they want to be coached in a way that he was coached. Because it starts at home, right? Like a lot of that starts at home, but it gets built on, and that's what parents that really understand what school is like. When you sent your daughter away, it's a little different than sports, but the same thing is like you want to know that she's going somewhere where they're going to develop her as into a young woman. You've done what you can do. Now I've got to trust that you're going somewhere where they're going to be able to develop you vocationally or whatever the case into a certain thing. And with football, it's that way as well. Whereas a parent, you got to say, okay, I'm sending him off to play for you, and I got to know, and I got to trust you're going to do this. And so when you look at the influences in Coach Freeman, obviously his mom was very influential in his life. His dad was very influential, but then he goes to Ohio State and he plays in Jim Tressel, who was also who was very much like that, developing you to be you.
Yeah.
Jim Tressel was like, we're going to play the Ohio State way. But one of the things, and there's things about Jim Tressel I didn't appreciate and didn't like, but the one thing about him is when it comes to young people, up until the Terrell Pryor era, which is I think did him in, was he sacrificed things to make Terrell happy. He never sacrificed before. But before this is the Ohio State way. But within that, I'm trying to help you become a man, and the man that you're capable of being, not a bunch of cookie cutter robots. Right. And so I think that was a big influence too, is with Marcus Freeman, is kind of getting him into that, like, hey, be comfortable in your own skin.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what Coach Freeman tried to do early. I think he tried to do things that he thought were, well, this is what I think Coach Tressel would do, or this is what I think Coach Holtz would do, or this is what I wish somebody would have done for me when I was an assistant coach or whatever. And then eventually he was just like, nope, we're going to do it my way. And I think he just got, it's almost kind of like losing. It's just a weird thing. And Sean, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. It's almost like losing forced him to say, if I'm going down doing it my way. And we saw a change. And from that change came more buy-in, better play, better coaching, all of those things.
Yeah.
Well, and that kind of leads to, but he's always been that way on the recruiting trail. He's always been real and genuine and honest. And so one of the things that people have to understand too is, right or wrong, a lot of the emphasis the last couple months has been on finishing the 2023 class and not losing guys and doing all that, and the transfer portal. It's not a coincidence. As soon as the transfer portal visits are over, first thing they do is hop in the car and head to Chicago and go and see. First visit they went to, CJ Carr, which is always where the first place they should go to until they have another CJ Carr-ish person, you know what I mean, in the class, hopefully. And then the second trip was over to see Justin Scott and go to his high school and then do all that kind of stuff. So, to me, I think that's important. It's important, but that's why he has such an impact. And to your point, why if they get Justin Scott on the 31st, and for me, that's still an if. You know what I mean? For now, I mean, I need to see it close and all that kind of stuff. I'm a little bit, I got a little bit burned a little bit emotionally in the last recruiting class. You know what I'm saying? So I'll believe it when he sees, but I do feel like when Justin Scott commits, it's done deal. I do feel he's one of those kind of kids. Not every kid is that way. Not every local kid is that way. CJ Carr and Justin Scott don't strike me as kids that once they go, they're going to do all these other kind of things. So the point being is that, like, Marcus Freeman is the kind of guy that if a kid truly wants Notre Dame, once he ramps things up, and now that the portal and that's closed, it's like, okay, let me remind you of something, kid, right? You're not playing for Al Golden. You're not playing for Al Washington. You're playing, for me.
Yeah. And it is, I just go back to when I was talking to him Tuesday, right? And, I don't know what the word would be, but he gives an example of what he's looking for, and he utters another school in giving that example, right? And I always throw questions out there just to see how guys are going to respond. So my follow-up question to that was, when he got through with that, I was like, okay, that's dope. And I said, but man, that trio of you, Cam, and Keith, I was like, that's something they like. And this big smile came over his face. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Because you have to realize at the end of the day, every other school is fighting uphill to get him.
Right.
If we're really going from,
and they know it.
Every other school is fighting uphill to get him. Right. And they have much further distance to go in order to accomplish or receive a commitment.
Right.
We feel like if things have been more aggressive from the Notre Dame standpoint, it would pretty much be a sealed deal at this point.
Right.
But from the mouth of the young man himself, yesterday was really important.
Yeah.
Yesterday was really important. Yeah. And when you hear that, it makes you feel good that going down the stretch, if this same effort is given from the staff, that it should go the way that will make us all happy, and we should be able to post some dancing gifs.
Well, and I think that's the thing, though, Sean, is yeah, I know, right? There's a reason why the offensive staff closed the way it did and the defensive staff closed the way it did. Because somebody made a comment, it can't just be Marcus Freeman, though, right? No. With some kids, it can. With the kid from Chicago who wants Notre Dame, it can be enough.
Yeah.
But to do it consistently, it can't just be that. You have two coaches, one that tries, but I just don't think he tries hard enough and isn't necessarily good at it. And then the other one, Al Golden, who we just never hear his name mentioned with kids, unless it's the coach is going on the road where he has to go out and see kids. We don't hear about that. Offensively, there's three names every offensive kid mentions. Doesn't matter the position. Marcus Freeman, Chad Bowden, Tommy Reese. Everyone. Every single one. With all defensive players, you hear the head coach, Chad, and their position coach.
Yeah.
And sometimes not even the position coach. And that hurts. That to me has been an issue for defensive recruiting. So Al Golden's going to have to step it up and get back to, realize he's got to put into work on the recruiting trail.
Very much so.
And same with Al Washington.
Yeah.
Right. So this isn't just an Al Washington problem. Al Washington's recruiting on defensive line's a problem. But it's not the only problem.
Until you get to an emeritus status. And what I mean by that, here's a little joke. I told you about this joke. I'm talking to Justin last night, and I'm like, he's telling me about the usage and the plan that has been conveyed to him on the defensive line. And I'm like, hey, you better be careful now, because Harry Heastan might get in that coach's room and fight for you. And he just started, he laughed at it. He was like, yeah, I know. Because he's fallen in love with playing right tackle, which he played for the first time last season. And according to you, Brian, you said he's pretty good at it. Even Ryan said, yo, he's a pretty good right tackle. Like, he would be pretty good. So
yeah,
when I see that response from him,
yeah,
that lets me know, like, it's not just about Marcus Freeman, Al Gold.
It's Notre Dame.
He knows who Harry Heastan is.
His situation's different, though, right? And that's the problem with some of the other recruiting is. With Justin, it's like you have to screw this one up, and that's what my concern is. The next 17 days is don't screw this up, right? Because I'm not getting too. I'm not getting super excited until I get definitive word, and he goes public. I'm just not. But the reality is, Sean, is his situation is different. And that's why, to kind of close up this recruiting section, is there's a couple coaches on. If we're being real about it, there's one coach right now pulling his weight on the recruiting trail on defense. There's one. That's it. That's it. Chris O'Leary's doing a nice job, but he's not doing are you recruiting like a guy that's it's like this, Sean. What's the expectation when we were breaking down the offense and defense recently? The expectation for Tom Reese is you need to coordinate this and get this offense playing like a championship level, not a really good top 10 team, but championship level. And they didn't coach that way. And then there's people like losing their minds, getting all mad because we're criticizing the defense. And you're like, but what's the standard? No one has ever said on this channel that the offense was better than the defense this year.
Ever.
But just because it was better than the offense doesn't mean that we're going to be okay with it, because it wasn't good enough, right? And that's the standard. And so to me, Chris O'Leary's recruiting like a guy that's coaching on a top 15, top 20 team. It's pretty good, right? Mike Mickens is recruiting like a dude that's recruiting like a national championship coach. And that's the difference. Now, I think Chris O'Leary's coaching has been, especially considering his age, has been really good. When you look at the pieces he's worked with the last couple of years,
that, in my opinion, have played much better
than their talent level. Yes. It's the recruiting that's the concern, right? And Peyton Bowen, this, that, and the other thing, but Peyton Bowen doesn't sting as much if you don't whiff in 2022. That's my point.
Facts.
Right? And you needed Chad Bowden to go get Brandon Hillman to save you in the 2023 class at safety. Now, he's been good at identifying the Ben Miniches and the Don Schulers, who are guys that I'm like, I don't know about this kid when you first offer him. And then, you let it play out. And then you're like, okay, I see what you're talking about here.
Right.
But again, that's to this level. That's top 10, 15-ish. But Mike Mickens is recruiting like a dude that's like, okay, I'll see your recruiting class, Ohio State, and I'll raise you a this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Who's the team? Who is the debate right now about who DBU is? It's Ohio State and LSU, right? If you look at like the modern discussion,
yeah,
right?
The draft, yeah,
right. I mean, that's because Ohio State was, and then some people think it's Ohio State because of all the kids they put out the last 6 or 7 years. Some people say LSU and all that. So Notre Dame says, all right, cool. We'll go down to St. Louis and beat you for a kid that you both want. That was Mick, right? And when you talk to Christian Gray, yeah, he'll talk about Marcus Freeman and Chad, but you hear him talk about Mickens and the influence Mickens had in a way that you don't always hear from other assistant coaches on the defensive side of the ball. With the kids on defense, it's always Freeman, Chad, Freeman, Chad, Freeman, Chad. On offense, you hear Freeman, Chad, Tommy. Freeman, Chad, Tommy, Coach Easton.
Chancey.
Freeman, Chad, Tommy, Coach Stuckey, depending on the position coach, right?
Right.
Dielen's done a great job.
Great job.
And this is not meant to take away from the job that Chancey has done or that Dielen has done or Coach Easton has done or Coach Parker has done. The thing is it's the same thing that you say about Mike Elston. Yeah, Mike Elston does a nice job recruiting, but he's always going to be limited for other reasons. But the big limiting reason was going to be you can't do it yourself for the big time players,
right?
As a position coach. So Dylan McCullough can recruit his butt off for Jeremiah Love, but it can't. And he did. He did a great job with Jeremiah Love, but it can't just be him. And it can't just be Marcus, and it can't just be Tommy, and it can't just be Chad. And the reality is Notre Dame, I would argue that 3 of the 4 defensive linemen in last year's class were guys that were not landed because of the position coach. And you could argue all 4, really, if you want to get down with it, because Chad Bowden was the primary recruiter for Armel Mukum. He had a big role in Notre Dame going after and getting Boubacar Traore. Brendan Verne was already committed, and Devin Houston they already led for when they showed up, when the new coach showed up. The safety position, you kind of got on some kids early before any other big schools did. And good on you for that, right? Good on you for that. But you didn't go out there and win those battles like Mick won, beating LSU and Ohio State for Christian Gray, or beating Jimmy Lake and Nick Saban for Benjamin Morrison. And that's the thing is, Sean, and but I'll say this, I'm going to tie it all back into Chicago. If you're able to get Justin Scott, that's going to have a very similar impact on the defensive recruiting as getting a CJ Carr will have on offensive recruiting. Big reason why Cam Williams committed to Notre Dame when he did, CJ Carr. Big reason Jack Larson committed to Notre Dame when he did, CJ Carr. What side of the ball is dominating right now? What side of the ball has really dominated recruiting last year? It's offensive recruiting. We're going to be real about it. It's offensive recruiting outside of one position, right? And when you talk to Jaden Ausberry, who's the guy he primarily talks about? It's Marcus. So you get a guy like Justin Scott, and I'll say this, Coach Freeman is very aware of what's going on the defensive side of the ball. I'll just leave it at that. Okay? But you get a kid like Justin Scott, Sean, who's an elite player from down the street at a position of importance. And all of a sudden, every time you show up to a Notre Dame home game, who's there? 6'5", 315-pound, 5-star defensive tackle that's committed to Notre Dame. If that's how it plays out. That's why I'm adding to why he's important. I don't know that they're going to get him. I don't. I'm not saying that they are. I'm explaining why it's so important that they do get him. And that's the point. To where you've got that Drake Bowen type of kid. And as great of a job as Drake Bowen did, he walks into a room, he looks a certain way. Athletic, 6'2", and then there's a guy like Michael Mayer walks into a room and he looks a certain way. Or Justin Scott walks into a room and he looks a certain way. Or Joe Alt or Blake Fisher walk into a room and they look a certain way. And they're just like, whoa, or they have a ranking profile that's a certain way. That adds to why Justin Scott's so important. That people may not think that stuff matters. Trust me, to 16, 17, and 18-year-olds,
it matters.
It matters big time. Because there's one thing that has always been true, Sean, in football, even more so in basketball and any other sport, and it changes from whatever the lingo is. Dudes want to play with other dudes. What used to be like savages want to play with other savages, whatever. That's never going to go away in football. Not for teams who win championships. And hey, I'm a middle linebacker and I'm deciding between this school and this school. Okay, do I want to play behind Justin Scott or do I want to play behind this other nice top 100-ish kind of
Yeah.
guy over here? I want to play behind that dude,
Yeah.
right? If I'm a receiver, do I want to go over here and catch balls from this dude or do I want to go over here and catch balls from CJ Carr?
Exactly.
I want to catch balls from CJ Carr, right? Which also speaks to how well the offensive staff recruited last year that they were able to put that class together with no quarterback. I mean, wasn't Kenny Minchie the second to last kid to commit to Notre Dame in the offensive class last year? Chris Tarrick being the last one, right? So, if you can get that kind of thing in this class, Sean, it's big time.
Yeah.
It's big time.
Yeah.
So that's going to do it for the recruiting portion of the show, Sean. Before we move on to the team part, I do ask all of you to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. Make sure that you are signed up to the Irish Breakdown podcast app, which you can find on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all your different podcast app platforms. And also, do not forget to sign up for the CFP Nation podcast app as well, where you can find Lucky Lefty podcast daily putting out. So you guys had some really good content this week, Sean. Some really good conversation. I'm still bummed, speaking of Chicago, that Corey Mays thing couldn't get put out.
Oh, dude.
I love Corey Mays, man.
It was a fantastic
Yeah.
interview. It was his
It's
connection.
still up on your YouTube video, though, right? You can see it
Absolutely.
on your YouTube channel at Lucky
Absolutely.
Lefty, but I wish it would have been up on the podcast app.
Yeah.
So definitely make sure you check that out. And of course, hit that like, subscribe, notification bell, and share this podcast. So, Sean, we're going to dive into some team stuff here real quick. And the thing that we're going to discuss is, this past week, one of the big, news things that kind of happened is, championship game was on Monday.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then one of my, and I actually do enjoy this. I know some people get like, oh, this is dumb. And all. It's like, look, the season's over. What else are we going to talk about? Right. But I enjoy the preseason top 25s. I think those are fun. And I know some people don't like those and they think that they're honest. It's way too early. They call them way too early top 25s.
Yeah.
I think they're fun. I enjoy them. And I'll kind of talk, oh, that's absurd, but it's all in fun because it's like, it's so early. You don't even know who all's going into the draft yet. You don't know who all you're getting in the transfer portal yet. It's meant to be fun. And so we thought we'd have a little bit fun with it today, Sean, and kind of talk about just sort of our way too early top 10s. Who do we think are not necessarily, go 1 through 10, but just kind of who we think are the top 10 teams, and then where Notre Dame does belong in the way too early top 25 and why. Right now, Sean, they're kind of between like 11 and 15. I saw Sports Illustrated have them at 11. A lot of others had them like 13, 14, and then one, I can't remember which one had them at like 15. Which, it's kind of fair. I don't have a huge problem with that. I mean, they should be 7. Well, 7 and 11 is not that big of a difference, folks. I mean, it's not that big of a gap. They should be 9. Well, 9 to 14 is not that big of a gap, right? But I do think it's fun to talk about because I actually do think Notre Dame should be higher. And we're going to get into that a little bit, Sean, and is sort of looking at the way too early top 25s. And the thing I did like about it, too, is when you broke down the way too early top 25s, they really did. They weren't all cookie cutters. And I think in the past, one of the things I didn't necessarily love about the way too early top 25s is a lot of them were just like, it's just this, everybody saying the same thing over and over and over again. Well, this year you actually had a lot of variety in some areas. I've seen Florida State, for example, has been outside of the top 10 in some, and I think it was ESPN had them 4th in one. You saw Bama like 7th, 8th in some of these. You're seeing Michigan really high. You're seeing LSU as high as like 2nd and 3rd in some, and out of the top 10 in a couple others. So there is a lot of discussion about, where guys should be. And so what I wanted to do with you, Sean, is just kind of have some fun with that and for us to talk about, who we believe are the top 10 teams. When you talk about who are the top 10 teams in college football kind of at this point in time, why, what are some things we need to see and learn and all those other kind of things from these coaches. So to begin, Sean, I'll say this, and I'll give you a chance to rebut if you'd like to. I don't care who they lose from this year's team. Georgia will be my number 1 ranked team in the country from now until someone beats them. And I said that last year. I'm a big believer that you're the champs until somebody beats you. And I said, well, they lost 15 players, and look what happened. had a better record this year than they did last year when they had the supposedly even better team. So they're number one. After that, Sean, there could be a lot of discussion and debate about where people should rank. And we'll get into one of the decisions that's still looming for a team that could have a big impact on where they are, and that's with the CJ Stroud quarterback decision at Ohio State. But
We'll find out Monday, right?
right, no later than Monday, that's for sure. And we'll talk about that here when we get to the college football section. But I think another thing the Notre Dame fans have to come to grips with is Michigan deserves a spot in the top 5 in the preseason for me. You know, they're back-to-back playoff teams. They lose, I think, three or four starting offensive linemen, but they got a couple more transfers coming in, including the Miles Hinton kid from Stanford, who's a very talented player, just needs to be coached.
Yeah.
And he's going to get coached at Michigan. I mean, it's Shamar Moore has done it's Shamar Moore, right?
Yeah.
Every time I say his name, I'm thinking of the dude from
the actor.
Yeah. So I'm like, no, that's not him. But yeah, him. He's done a great job. Back-to-back Joe Moore Award winners. You know, so he's done a good job. Their quarterback comes back.
Sharon Moore.
Sharon Moore. Yeah, Shamar Moore, the actor, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So Sharon Moore. You know, so you look at it and say, I mean, look, they belong in there. Plus, here's the thing: their schedule is super soft again.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a joke of a schedule. So Michigan belongs in there. Are we on the same page so far, Sean, for top 5 teams that definitely belong in that top 5 conversation?
Yeah.
I think after that, I think there's a lot of debate. And for Ohio State, for example, they're in my top 5 no matter what, just because they've proven to be, no matter who the quarterback is every year. Just, you know, CJ Stroud had a grand total of 0 career passes before the 2021 season, and he steps in and has a great year, and they go, you know, 12-2 and, you know, and all that kind of stuff, 11-2 and finish in the, you know, outside the top 5. And then this year they're a top 5 team again and all that. So Ohio State belongs there. After that, Sean, I think there's a lot of conversation. And 5 days ago, I'd have told you, I don't know if Alabama's going to be a top 5 team next year. I don't think they will be. But Nick Saban finally made the move, and I think there's another one looming, according to some things I've heard and some reports I've read.
Yeah.
There's another big move coming, and we'll get into that here when we get into the coaching section. But I think Alabama's going to be in the conversation. After that, Sean, there's a lot of discussion. USC is going to get a lot of love for this. Penn State's getting a ton of top 5 love, which I do not understand. It's like they're the new Texas A&M, right? Like, you know, like let's just rank them up there because eventually they're going to get there, and then they'll be ranked high because they don't play anybody and they lose to every good team that they play. Here's what I want to ask first, Sean, is where do you see Notre Dame right now, and why? And then we'll kind of have some fun discussing some of the teams that I've seen some Notre Dame fans say they deserve to be in the top 5. I'm not ready to put them there yet.
No.
Even with Sam Hartman and some of the guys. I mean, I think the transfer portal has been very good to Notre Dame so far. Very good to Notre Dame so far. I have trouble putting a team that went 9-4 in the top 5. They got to show it to me first. But I'm not going to lie to you. They are a top 10 team for me. I do have Notre Dame in the top 10, Sean. So what say you about where you think Notre Dame should be placed in the way too early top 25 for 2023 after my monologue?
I could comfortably put them anywhere from 9 to 11 for me. 9 to 11. Could they be in front of LSU? Conceivably, you could put them in front of LSU at 8. But for me, it'd be like 8, 9, 10, 11. You know, because at that point, it's debatable with each team. Because we're talking about preseason. So basically, we're arguing preseason resumes. That's all we're doing. Right? What if this dude does this? We expect this guy to be this. You know, LSU has their quarterback returning. Oregon has their quarterback returning. I definitely will put them in front of Tennessee because I just don't trust Joe Milton to this point. And I don't expect Nico to be ready to go. Right?
100%.
And
their defense hasn't been fixed.
Right. No.
Right? I mean, Hendon Hooker, they won a lot of high-scoring games last year.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely. I don't have a problem with someone debating with me Washington. because I think
Yes.
Washington is a dangerous team in the Pac-12 next year. Very
Mhm.
dangerous, especially with the board and Michael Penix and what they were able to do this year. They already went on the road to beat Oregon this year.
Yeah.
So Oregon has to come to their place next year. I believe they go to the Coliseum, so that'll be a nice matchup. And Washington just has to stop from losing because they lost to UCLA on the road. Like if they can stop losing those games and just put themselves in position to be in the
Right.
two biggest matchups and make the Pac-12 championship, I can see Washington really being one of those teams that has an outside chance to sneak into, the college football playoff. And really, that's it.
Real quick, Sean, with Washington, the other thing too is their non-conference is good, in my
Mhm.
opinion. It's not crazy hard, but they get Boise State at home.
Yeah.
Boise State's not what they used to be, but they're still a good program. They get Tulsa at home, which is again not a tough team, but an AAC team, right? Like the best of the group of 6 conferences, right? And then they go to Michigan State. They have a road game against a Power 5 team. Now we'll see how good Michigan State is next year. They're not going to be in the preseason top 25, but you're talking about playing a 10-3, a 10-4 Boise State team to open the season, right? That matters. And then you're playing a Tulsa team that is 5-7, but again, it's an AAC team,
Mhm.
and beat Houston at the end of the year. And then you're talking about playing Michigan State. And then also their schedule, they're going to play at USC and at Oregon State. And I have a prediction. Here's one of my predictions. Beating Arizona at Arizona, if they do next year, is going to end up looking like a really good win by the end of the year. Because I think Arizona is going to take another jump. They went from 1-11 to 5-7.
5-7, yeah.
And I think they're going to be, potentially could be an 8-9 win team next year.
Yeah.
Potentially. They could also just go up to 6 or 7. But I really like what Jed Fish is doing there.
Yeah.
So they got those games that they're going to be ranked opponents. Oregon State on the road, USC on the road. And then, as you mentioned, at home, they're going to have Oregon and Utah at home next year.
Mhm.
So there's going to be a lot of good wins on their resume if they are 12-1 at the end of the year.
Right.
To the point where I don't think they have to go undefeated to make it, as long as their loss isn't like in the conference title game in a
Right.
blowout or something like that.
Right.
But like TCU showed, is we'll take a one-loss team that lost their conference title game if the circumstances are right. And this year the circumstances are right. So I like that Washington pick. And then Rome Odunze announced yesterday he's coming back.
Yeah.
Jalen McMillan's coming back. And Washington's going to be a team to you're going to have to beat. If they can get their defense a little bit, and that's the only concern I have for them. That's what hurt them against UCLA. What hurt them this year, Sean? It was that stretch in the middle of the season where their offense just wasn't clicking quite as good.
Good, yeah.
And what happened? They got shut. They lost shootouts.
And then they came out of that and they began to run the ball really well.
It definitely got better at that late in the year.
Yes.
But their defense still, even out of that, 39. This is what their defense gave up in the last 9 games of the year: 32, 38, 39, 21, 21, 34, 7 to Colorado, 33 and 20. If that side of the ball can get better, Washington's going to be a danger. And Michael Penix has to stay healthy.
Yeah.
But if that's they could be a dark horse next year. I agree with you 100%.
Is that they gave up 20 to Texas in a bowl game? Is that what they gave up?
Okay. And that's a little bit of an asterisk. I mean, Texas did score late, but Texas also didn't have Bijan Robinson, Johnson, and and then also the receiver dropped 2 bombs. That would have gone for potentially at least one of them for a score as well. So, bowl game I don't care as much about, but even then they showed some vulnerability on defense. It's just the other team couldn't take advantage of it.
They did pick up some very nice recruits in that secondary. One of them being Caleb Presley.
Yes, flipping him from Oregon late.
Man, that was huge.
Yeah. So and they're getting some transfer kids in there too, and so he's doing a really nice job, Sean. And that's a very good call of having. I mean, right now, honestly, Washington ranks higher in my preseason top 10 than Notre Dame. Than Notre Dame.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
They do. Here's a question for you, Sean. Where do you put Florida State preseason?
I would put Florida State right outside the top 10.
Right outside top 10? Okay.
Yeah, I can't put Florida State ahead of Clemson. I can't quite yet.
Is it just because they need to beat them first kind of thing? Okay, it's fair.
Yeah, they have to beat them to prove to me that they deserve to be in.
That's why I have Michigan over Ohio State.
Yeah.
even though I think Ohio State's going to beat Michigan next year. But if I'm just looking at preseason and, Ohio State's got to prove to me they just got their butts kicked on their home field
Yeah.
after they got punked and taunted for a year
Mm-hmm.
and did nothing about it. They got to
Right.
show me that they got that heart
Yep.
before I'm ready to put them there. But that's why I have Michigan. I have Michigan number 2 in my
Okay.
preseason top 10.
Really?
Yeah. Just because, again, it's about the resume. They got a lot coming back on defense. They have a lot coming back on offense. They return their quarterback. They got some really good transfer portal kids, and their schedule's soft. When you compare their schedule, for example, to the one we just talked about with Washington, and it's a much tougher. Washington's schedule is much tougher. Now, I don't think this is where Michigan's going to end up. Let me just explain something real quick so you understand.
Yeah.
My preseason top 25 is where teams should be ranked in week 1, not a prediction on where they will be ranked at the end of the year.
Got you.
That needs to play itself out on the field.
Yeah.
It's more of a based on what you did last year combined with what I'm projecting you to have coming back, this is where you are. That's my look at it. Plus, again, we're talking about a team that's been in the playoff the last 2 years. Who's the only 2 teams to make the college football playoff each of the last 2 years, Sean?
Michigan, Georgia.
That's it.
This is my only pushback on Michigan and why I wouldn't have them too. To me, Michigan is the typical build a team to win the conference and win your schedule team to have the resume to get in. But we're not built to win anything.
Sure.
Right? So we're looking at so when I look at their resume, I hear everything you're saying, but I'm like, yeah, that's just to win the Big Ten.
Sure.
Like, okay.
But winning the Big Ten at the end of the year got them what ranking going in the playoff?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Right. My thing is just a better team.
Right.
Overall, I would always take Ohio State.
Sure.
Just overall.
Sure.
Just as a better team.
Sure.
But I understand what you're saying.
Right.
As far as that. I think their schedule, as much as people are poo-pooing their schedule, I think their schedule is actually going to get to them this year. Because they have tough road games. Like Ohio State, everybody's like, well, if they beat Ohio State comes to Michigan. That's fine. They have to go to Illinois.
Right.
They have to go to Wisconsin, I believe. And I believe they have to go to Happy Valley. Because, they beat Penn State at Michigan last year.
At Michigan,
So.
And that rivalry has been weird, Sean, because outside of 2022 or 2021, that's a series that the home team has dominated those games. Outside of 2021. Now, Michigan got a close W, really close win there in 2021.
Yeah.
But prior to that, now that kind of raises that next question, Sean, that I have for you. And there are some things, like if you're going to try to tell me somebody else should be ahead of Georgia, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to argue with you on that one, right?
Yeah.
Where Michigan is placed, like honestly, after Georgia, there's a fun debate to be had on where teams should be.
Absolutely.
And there's definitely. So I mean, I get where you're, because like it sounds like you're kind of projecting more towards what you think teams will be at the end, which is totally fine.
No. I'm looking at resume.
Sure.
Now and power of team and where our ranked teams.
Well, resume
as
Michigan's
far as
beaten
the
Ohio
best,
State each of the last 2 times.
I understand. But if I look at resume, I would still come away from looking at their resume and say, Ohio State's the better team. They just don't match up well against Michigan.
I gotcha.
But I would trust them to beat.
Because as we've said, head-to-head's not the end-all, be-all.
No.
It's just, for me, the head-to-head means you're going to win the conference and you're not, and I can't put the team that didn't ahead of them.
If you to ask me who would have a better chance to beat Georgia, I would go with Ohio State.
Yes. Oh, that's a given.
Over
and you've made this point to me. I don't know if you said this in your shows before, but you've said this to me in conversation. The difference between Michigan and Ohio State is Ohio State's trying to build their team, and to a fault, to a degree, to beat Georgia and Alabama.
Yeah.
Whereas Michigan built their team to beat Ohio State.
Yep.
And built their whole season to beat Ohio State. And that's a good point. But what Ohio State has to learn is you got to beat Michigan first
to get to Alabama.
Yes. Now this year, because this year they got lucky. They were Clemson and Tennessee choking, and USC. No, I'm not. Yes, Tennessee, USC, and Clemson all choking down the stretch in the last 2 games of the year from being in the playoff. Like they backed into the playoff more than any team has ever backed into the playoff.
Absolutely.
Like they deserved it because those teams did choke, but in week 13, week 12, they were not a playoff team, nor
No.
did they deserve to be a playoff team.
No.
And then they were able to kind of rally and put it all together for that game and give Georgia a ball game. There's no doubt about it, but you got to do that first.
Yeah.
Now, what Ohio State has working for them next year is their resume is going to have a chance to be a lot stronger. Because you mentioned the Michigan thing is a one-loss Ohio State team next year. If they do, let's say, lose at Michigan, that team's going to have a win at Notre Dame, a win at Wisconsin, a win over Penn State at home, a win over Michigan State at home. That's going to be a lot more of a resume builder than I think this year they had.
Yeah,
in my opinion, because the Notre Dame win didn't mean as much.
No,
because of where Notre Dame was at the end of the year.
Right.
So that's going to be, or if they lose to Notre Dame early in the year, then they would have to finish the year as an 11-1 team with a win at Purdue, home against Penn State, at Wisconsin, home against Michigan State, at Michigan.
Right.
And then whoever they would beat in the Big Ten title game. So, so I think basically the number 2 spot for you sounds like you're giving it to who you think the best team in the Big Ten is going to be next season. Because do you have Ohio State number 2? I have Ohio State number 3 right now, Sean, simply because as of right now, CJ Stroud has not announced he's going to the pros. And so until he does,
you have him on the roster. I can see that. I can see that. I do have this. This is my thing. To me, USC is more dangerous than both of those teams. To me, because I think USC is going to run the table in the Pac-12. I just do. Because they don't need much on defense. Now we're going to get to something else. That made me pause at actually saying they're going to be the second best team from a resume standpoint. But I have USC. For me, is Georgia, USC, Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, LSU, Tennessee, Notre Dame, Oregon, and Washington.
Okay.
And then I have Florida State right after Washington.
Yeah. So let's talk about USC, Sean. Here's my thing. Well, let me let you state. You brought them up. State your case on why you think they're going to be. Like you've said, what you think they're going to do. What's your reasoning why you think that's the case? I can't rebut something you haven't said.
No, I can
try.
Because look, you say all cheating, doing this, doing that.
I don't care about all that. This is what their roster is, right?
I think Lincoln Riley is a good coach.
Good offensive coach.
I think he's he's been to the playoff 2 times.
Got killed every time. But
killed every time.
3 times, actually.
But it's the same thing. Like he's still in a conference, as he previously was, that was based on putting up points.
Sure.
At the end there, the Big 12 started to take a shift. And that's why he struggled, because you had teams like Baylor and Oklahoma State that could kind of do something on defense and make it tough for you. So now he goes to the Pac-12.
TCU had a couple of teams like that too that gave them some problems.
Absolutely.
Iowa State's another one. Iowa State beat him twice.
Yes.
In years where they had pretty
good, solid
decent defense
run game. Now you go to the West Coast, Pac-12. The only kryptonite really is Utah and Oregon State, the way they play.
Right.
And Oregon State's going to be a better team this year as well. Other than that, it really is who can outscore them.
Yeah.
In my opinion, even when they play Washington,
right?
Unless Washington's defense, like you said, improves and steps up and can give them a fight. Right. And what I saw from Jordan Addison hasn't entered yet. While you talk about CJ Stroud, Jordan Addison hasn't.
My understanding, he definitely is. There's no rumbling he's going to come back. But to your point, until he announces, you got to look at it that way. Yeah,
look at it that way.
Right.
They lose Ford. They lose C.J. Williams, but they had 2 freshmen in the bowl game against Tulane making catches. Taj Washington comes back. They add talent. Who's the running back that transferred in? And then Anthony Lucas is at
the Marshawn Lloyd kid from South Carolina.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Anthony Lucas comes in. That's
Now he's
big
talented,
time.
but he's got to show that he can do something.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. So, and I think the kid that has 16 sacks, I think he declared for the NFL
He's
draft.
gone. Yeah.
So that's a loss. And then I know they lost their center to an injury
Well,
in
he was
the
also a
bowl
6-year
game.
senior.
He's a 6-year senior. He's
Yeah.
gone.
Andrew Voorhees is also gone. He was a 6-year senior.
The only
Travis
key is
Nye is
they
gone. Yeah.
probably will be young along the offensive line.
Very.
That's going to be key, especially for
Yeah.
Caleb Williams to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
But the talent at the skill positions is going to be absolutely amazing, and Lincoln Riley is going to be able to put points on the board. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of now. Look, and I'm hedging that on the conference they play in and the amount of talent they have offensively and the quarterback. That's it. Now, from that standpoint, I think they're going to end up being the second seed because I think they're going to end up losing to Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't
You
really
think
see.
everyone's going to have a loss next year, though, and
Yes, it's
right, and
really
the
going to
Notre
be one
Dame
of those
loss is going to be
years.
like early October,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah,
going to have probably some big wins after that.
absolutely,
Is in
absolutely.
right, and so you're also predicting 2 Notre Dame losses at that point in time.
This is why I
Right.
predicted Notre Dame loss. I predicted Notre Dame loss because I feel like the guys that are going to be rushing him next year are going to be a
Mhm.
little bit faster and more athletic.
And Notre Dame can cover
And
better than other teams. Because
absolutely,
remember, Notre Dame played them this year without Cam Hart and Tariq Bracy.
absolutely.
So, I mean, that has to be factored in, and it was still a competitive game in my view.
And it wasn't that they didn't pressure him;
Right, they couldn't bring him down.
they couldn't bring him down.
I think they're going to be a little bit more athletic up front next year, Notre Dame. I do
That's
think
why
that's going to be something,
that's
right?
going to be
To
a
your point.
difference. It's
Yeah.
going to be a difference.
And Notre Dame's going to be able to cover better on some of those things too. Here's my here's my question on. So basically, since you have Notre Dame beating USC and Notre Dame in right now, you're still projecting Notre Dame to lose to Ohio State and Clemson, basically.
Oh, heck
Or at least
no.
Ohio State and then somebody else.
I don't have them losing to Clemson. Ohio State for me is the game. Is the
If
questionable
we're
game.
projecting, I think. Tell me if we're projecting. I have is when we're doing a top 25 right now. Way too early. It's hard for me to project Notre Dame to beat Ohio State because Notre Dame still hasn't proven they can beat that type of team. Clemson last year is not that type of team.
Absolutely.
That's fair. That's
Absolutely.
fair. My question is if you have them losing to Ohio State, who you have? Where'd you have? You had Ohio State third or fourth, right?
I had Ohio State third.
Third. Okay, so you have Notre Dame losing to the number 3 team, beating the number 2 team, but yet barely in the top 10. So there's another loss in there somewhere, in your view.
No, I'm just looking at resumes. I'm just looking at other teams. The teams I have in front of them, I feel like resume-wise, are
so you're not
overall
projecting Notre Dame to be 10-2, ranked 9th. You're just saying, here's what the resumes. I got
you. At the start of the season,
I got you.
That's
No,
where
we're on
they're
the same
start.
page. I got you now. I follow you now. Here's the thing with USC for me, Sean, is I think that a lot of their winning this year, I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I'm not a believer in what I saw from USC this year. I'm not. And the reason I say that is, and this might be a little bit unfair. I saw a team that won a lot of games ugly. I mean, they got lucky in some games because some teams were missing some really important pieces. They beat Notre Dame without their best quarterback, without their 2 of their 3 best cover guys. I mean, Notre Dame was a flawed team at the end of the year.
Yeah.
They barely beat Arizona, barely beat Cal, barely beat UCLA, barely beat Oregon. Should have lost Oregon State. I mean, Oregon State just peed away 3 or 4 chances at the end.
That's true.
And honestly, if Stanford doesn't have like 3 turnovers in the red zone, who knows how that game pans out. And when I look at USC, my concern with USC this year is I think they're going to be worse on defense and they're going to be worse on the offensive line. And I think the loss of that kid that got all the sacks is going to be a big loss. Now, of course, they're getting transfers and all that other kind of stuff. But the thing for me is what's really hard about this, Sean, for me, is it's hard to project teams that just overhaul their rosters the way that USC is overhauling their roster from year to year. So, like, if they lose Jordan Addison, they're replacing him with a kid that was a 1,000-yard receiver in that league from Arizona last year. Right. So I mean that has to factor in. They're losing certain guys. Well, they're losing the kid with all the sacks, but hey, they get Anthony Lucas. Well, right now, Anthony Lucas is not that in the same universe as that kid right now. So yeah, maybe he ends up being so, and I'd be fired up if Notre Dame would have got him. So it's not spinning it that way. I mean, it's there's a lot of show me there, but what he's being asked to replace is a challenge to me. And so when I look at USC and you look at the losses they had, I think the losses that people are discounting a lot that shouldn't is the 3 offensive linemen. From an offensive line that I didn't think was that good to begin with, but was really good in pass pro most of the time. I think the Travis Dye loss to me is not going to be that big because I believe Austin Jones comes back and they got Marshawn Lloyd. So they're not counting on Marshawn Lloyd to be the guy only. And if he gets hurt again, then you're screwed because they've got Austin Jones and they'll be fine there. The receiving core will be fine. They'll be good there. But they were already good there. They were already brilliant there. I have major concerns about their defense. Major concerns about their defense. They lost Nick Figueroa. They lost the other kid. And I look at some of the transfers they got, and I just don't think those kids are as good as their reputation. Like the Jack Sullivan kid from Purdue. I just like everybody's, oh, it's a great pickup. Was it really? You know what I mean? Like, was it really? Like I just look at some of the kids they got. Mason Cobb from Oklahoma State. Okay, that doesn't really do anything for me. The corners they got in the port. I just don't think they had the impact in the portal this year that they had last year for me. Immediate impact. Now, Anthony Lucas in 2024, we're going to be having a different conversation about, in my opinion. I'm not going to be looking forward to playing Anthony Lucas in LA last game of the 2024 season, assuming he stays at USC. But 2023, I don't think he's going to be as good as the guys that they left behind. And that's a team that's margin for error last year was still this thin. And the 2 games where Caleb Williams wasn't Superman, it's only happened twice. They almost lost to Oregon State and they got murdered by Utah. Well, the schedule's a little tougher this year, in my opinion. You're going to play a better Notre Dame team on the road. You can't duck Washington this year. And the thing about Washington is Washington, USC, I don't think is guaranteed to have the best receiving core in the Pac-12 next year. Washington's going to be in that conversation. And so it's which team's defense gets better. But here's the other part of this one for me, Sean. I have more confidence that Washington's going to be able to protect their quarterback, right? Because they lost 3 starting offensive linemen as well, which hurts. But the difference is, for me, it's they get their tackles back. That's the difference. They get their tackles back. And I think that's the thing for me that I think is going to be big for them is getting him back because they were going to have the interesting thing is they thought they were going to lose their tackle. Jackson Kirkland went to the draft and then backed out of the draft. And I believe he's staying there. I don't think he's leaving. So I think I'm pretty sure. Let me just look this up here real quick and make sure that I'm accurate on this one. Because I'm pretty sure that this is what's happening. I'm pretty sure that I saw him, that I saw them say that he backed out of the draft, but I could have been wrong on that. I'd have to go look at that, Sean. I may have read that wrong, but he may be leaving, and if he does, that's a tough one. So I might have read that one wrong. But anyway, so like to me, I just look at them. I think Oregon's going to be a dangerous team next year. I think Oregon State's going to be an even better team next year. I just don't think USC has the team, in my opinion, to be kind of what they were this year. I just don't think they can win with the close games that they won this year. I still think they're a top 10 team. I'm really struggling kind of where to place them. So I have Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Ohio State 3. After that, I'm really having a tough time with where to place all these teams, to be completely honest with you. I think that, to me, I got those three. I got Bama as a top 10 team. I actually have Florida State as a top 10 team because I'm looking at resume, and I'm looking at it kind of the same way you're looking at Ohio State versus Clemson, right? Where the head-to-head doesn't trump all. And for me, when I look at Florida State, the way that they finished the season, how hot they were down the stretch, the way that they played down the stretch, I was really impressed with what I saw from Florida State. And getting Jared Verse back is huge for them. Absolutely huge for them. So, Florida State's a team that really didn't lose a whole lot. I mean, they lose Dylan Gibbons, they lose the Wilson kid at receiver, but the other kids all come back. They had one of their running backs transfer because he knew he wasn't going to play enough that much. I mean, all their other running backs come back. And Jordan Travis is just a really good college football player. So Florida State, to me, is a team that I have in my top 10. And then I look at their schedule too, Sean, and they play at Florida, they play at Clemson. Those are going to be two tough games. They play at Pitt. That's going to be a tough game. The game it's a lot like last year. Clemson season or Florida State season looks a whole lot different if they don't beat LSU in the opener in New Orleans. And that, to me, because LSU is the other team, and the last team I want to talk about here is, to me right now, I have Notre Dame 7. And the reason I say that is because if you look at Notre Dame's resume compared to a lot of the other top 10 teams, it's not necessarily great. I don't think Notre Dame loses as much as others. They lose impact, but they don't lose the volume. They have returners back at some very important positions. I think their secondary is going to be elite next year. I think their offensive line is going to be elite next year. I think their running back position is going to be elite next year. I think their skill players on offense are going to be better. I think getting the transfers on defense really helped shore up some of the concerns I had about this defense. There's some tweaks they have to make, like a lot of teams have to make, but I truly believe that Notre Dame at 9-4 last year put one of the least effective quarterbacks on the field in the Power 5 level. And now you're putting one of the most prolific players in college football at quarterback. And you've got Tyler Buckner back. So that's really the thing for me, Sean. It all comes down to the quarterback. Because I think Notre Dame, in a lot of ways, was a top 6 to 8 team last year, everywhere except one position, and that's quarterback. And like when we talk about how we're disappointed to play the defense, it's related to, could that defense have led you to go beat Ohio State and Georgia and Alabama? And it wasn't. But it was good enough to beat everybody else. You know what I mean? Like even USC, as bad as the game plan was, I still say this: if the offense doesn't fumble that ball away at the beginning of the third quarter, Notre Dame wins that game. Just because that's how USC handled those kind of things.
Yeah.
So I put them 7. LSU's a team that I find fascinating because they bring a lot back. But here's the question you have to ask yourself: who was LSU this year? Right? Are they the team that just curb stomped Purdue? Are they? And this is the question they have to ask yourself. And it's similar to Notre Dame. That's what makes it kind of interesting. Is who do you think Notre Dame truly was this year? And where you have LSU, in my opinion, is going to determine who ultimately you thought LSU was this year. Are they the team that smacked Purdue, the team that battled Bama, the team that smacked Florida? Are they the team that put a pretty good whooping on Mississippi State? Or are they the team that got annihilated by Tennessee, got blown out by Texas A&M, got blown out by Georgia, choked a game away to Florida State?
Almost choked the game away against Arkansas.
Almost. I mean, if Arkansas didn't have their third-string quarterback playing most of that game, they lose that game as well.
Yeah.
100% correct. And so it's just one of those weird things. Like, I don't know who LSU is. Do they make that jump next year? Now, they got a lot of guys coming back, right? But there's some drama around that program right now. They lose some pretty good players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Ali Gay's a pretty good player. BJ Ojulari is a pretty good player. They get some transfers in and all that, but a lot of the transfers they're bringing in, Sean, are not guys that I think are necessarily going to add to the culture of that place. You know what I mean? So LSU is another team that I think is very difficult to evaluate and project. And here's the other part: their schedule next year, it steps up a notch because you got to play Florida State in Florida. You got to play at Mississippi State. not at home against Mississippi State, at Ole Miss, at Missouri, at Alabama, and then you get Florida at home, right? Like, and
LSU should
Arkansas is a team to keep an eye on next year too, that they play at the end of September.
look. Jaden Daniels is just not consistent enough,
All right.
in my opinion. Jaden Daniels is like Spencer Sanders. They're really good when the game speeds up.
Yeah.
Right? When they have to go no huddle, they can make plays with their legs like that. Wonderful. But teams have been able to like shut their offense down. Tennessee was able to. I don't think Tennessee's defense was really all that good. And
It was a mess.
they walked into Baton Rouge and just pretty much smacked the LSU offense in their face. Arkansas, even though it was a cold weather game, but just shut them down. So
Right.
I mean, they're going to be a dangerous team
Right.
from a talent standpoint because they're always going to have talent. I just don't
Right.
trust Jaden Daniels. I think he has
Right.
those inconsistent moments, and those are the one or two times that they lose games or lose a game that they're not supposed to. Right? And their special teams is probably going to continue to be below average.
Yep.
So, there you go. I
Yeah.
think I would take the Florida State coaching staff
Yeah.
over the LSU coaching staff in that matchup.
With one exception. I gotta have respect for my guy Denbrock. You know that.
I know.
It's my dude. But that Florida State game, though, Sean, you brought up though, the staff that game to me is going to be huge for LSU. It's going to be huge for both teams, but we're talking about LSU right now.
Is that neutral site again?
It's in Orlando. Yeah.
Oh, so instead of being in New Orleans, it goes
Right.
to Orlando to be closer to their campus.
Right.
Okay.
So neutral site in Louisiana, neutral site in Florida,
Mm-hmm.
basically. That's a big game for them.
Mm-hmm.
If they can start the season off with a win there, they play Grambling the next week.
Yeah.
And then at Mississippi State, then Arkansas at home. It's like if that team can start off with a little bit of confidence, then they could become dangerous if they can get into a rhythm. That's the thing, because that's the thing about Jaden Daniels. If he gets into a rhythm, it's like it's okay. They're going to score. They're going to move the ball and score.
Right.
But if you can get him out of a funk, and then that back-to-back stretch against at Ole Miss and at Missouri in week 5 and 6 now becomes pretty big, because if you beat Florida State, how you come out of that stretch now, your next 2 weeks are against Auburn, Army, and then a bye before you got to go to Bama. And if somehow they come out of that Bama game with one loss, their last 3 games are Florida at home, Georgia State at home, and Texas A&M at home. And if I know Brian Kelly, and I think I do, they're going to absolutely destroy
They're
Texas
going to have
A&M
something for
next year.
Jimbo. They're going to have something for Jimbo.
They're going to annihilate. Because, that's the thing. You got to give Brian Kelly credit. If you really piss him off, he's going to come back with something for you. Like Notre Dame, USC whooped Notre Dame twice in 14 and 16.
Yeah.
In both years, the next year, Notre Dame came out with some piss and vinegar in those home games against them, right?
Yeah.
That 15 USC Notre Dame game was a heck of a matchup, but Notre Dame came out with some attitude in that game. And in 2017 against, my gosh, that was insane they just came out and just, it was one of the most impressive victories Notre Dame has had in a long time outside of the Clemson game.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and then Florida, to me, Sean, I just don't know what to make of Florida. I still don't know what to make of Florida. I don't know if you have a read on it.
Look, all of the – you said this. Remember when he took the job, and you said, I don't know if he took the right job because I just don't know if that fits him.
Yeah.
If he would have gone to LSU, that would have been perfect for him.
Right.
Billy, that would have been perfect for Billy Napier. It's like, I just don't know if the Florida job is him. And, what's going on with Rashada and some other things that are happening. You're right. They got a shot in the arm today with Pearsall saying he's coming back at the wide receiver position. I love that kid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's a baller. But other than that.
But who's throwing to him?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Who knows who's going to be able to throw to him?
Graham Mertz?
Somehow, some way, I just think a collective laugh went throughout the chat.
Yeah.
Like that's that's funny.
I
But
mean, look,
no,
Graham Mertz has physical talent, but like, come on now.
that Missouri, because I think Missouri's going to be a better team next year.
Yeah.
That back-to-back Ole Miss Missouri. Because if you go back and watch that Ole Miss game, Ole Miss was dominating LSU at home early in that game.
Early.
They were up 10. And then Jackson Dart makes the mistake and allows them to get back in the game. And
And then
then
they got rolled in
they
the
got
fourth.
rolled.
That
Yeah.
game was not as big of a blowout as the final score. They
No.
scored like 21 points in the fourth quarter. It was
Yeah.
like 20 to 20 going into the fourth quarter,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Once
then
they
LSU
got on the
scored 21
roll,
in the fourth quarter.
yeah, once they got on the roll, and then the offense got frazzled, and the offense couldn't do anything.
And Ole
and
Miss
then
was really young this year. But
they
you know what
were.
Ole Miss's big problem is, though, right?
You said what's Ole Miss's
What's
problem?
Ole Miss? This is why I'm having a hard time being too fired up about Ole Miss.
Oh, because they got Golden coming as defensive
There, yeah.
coordinator. Oh, absolutely. He left Alabama, by the way, to be the defensive
Right.
coordinator
He
at Ole Miss.
left Alabama to go be the defensive coordinator at Ole Miss. Correct. Yeah.
So I think that do they go to Knoxville, LSU?
They don't play him this year.
So let's see, that's lucky there,
Yeah.
boy.
But the thing is they have to be an undefeated team, in my opinion, going to the. Here's the thing, though. I don't think that everybody thinks it's a given that the SEC gets a 2-loss team to the playoff, and I don't think they do. I don't. So, like, to me, you're going to get Georgia or Tennessee in the conference title game.
Yeah.
On a neutral field.
Yeah.
And if you're not an undefeated team, you better win that game. You know, and that's the thing. But I think you nailed it at the beginning, Sean. They're too inconsistent for me. I'm talking about like LSU, but you're talking about Florida. You're talking about Florida. I'm sorry, man. Florida plays Tennessee at home on September 16th, so early. They get Tennessee at home early. I'm sorry. I thought for some reason we were talking about. See, I got Brian Kelly on the brain. I thought we were talking about Tennessee. But yes, Florida plays Tennessee at home on September 16th.
Okay.
So third game of the year. That's after playing. Here's the thing. You know who they start off with, though, right?
Oh, the Gators?
At Utah.
I think they'll pull that one out.
Cameron Rising's coming back.
Just
for like a 9th year. He's the new Stetson Bennett.
Every time they face someone outside of USC that's physical. If Florida plays physical ball the way they did when they had them down in the swamp, Florida should have a chance to win that game. Because Utah, for some reason, I really thought they were going to be able to handle Penn State. I was shocked the way that game went.
Well, don't you think that had a little something to do with the fact that Cameron Rising went out? I mean, that was a back and forth game until he went out, and then Utah couldn't do anything.
It was starting to tilt. It
was 21-14 when he went out, right?
Yeah.
And then he got hurt that next series, I believe.
Yeah, and his tight ends, I don't know what they were doing. They must have been out drinking the night before, so they were dropping everything,
which is abnormal. But for me, though, I just don't put a lot in bowl games. But I share your skepticism about Utah. Don't get me wrong, I do, and that's why I picked Florida to win that game last year.
Don't they lose Clark Phillips?
They did, and he didn't play in the bowl game either.
No, he didn't.
But you got a whole offseason to replace Clark Phillips,
in which they do a good job.
Right.
And they usually have some really good linebackers.
And they were pretty young at some spots because they lost some really good front seven players last year.
Yeah, they had a lot of freshmen playing in that Pac-12 championship game.
Yeah.
Against USC that were making plays. You're right about that.
Right.
You're right about that.
So that to me, when I look at Utah, I don't know what to make of Utah. I think they're perennially overrated, but they return a lot. And Cameron Rising's coming back. So
somebody said never go full Graham Mertz.
Never go full Graham Mertz. Oh my gosh.
From Tropic Thunder.
Don't say it, Sean. We'll get demonetized. So yeah, that game's gonna be interesting, but I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in Florida, especially if they go away from home, but we'll see. So yeah, Oregon's an interesting team. Here's the last team I want to talk to you about, Sean, before we get into this coaching stuff. Penn State is a team I'm constantly back and forth on. Because when I first see Penn State in the top 5, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, are you serious? Like, you got to be flipping kidding me. Like, they're
Right.
so overrated this year,
Right.
right? Just so overrated. And they lose some very important players. You know, they lose Parker Washington. They lose Brenton Strange, Joey Porter, PJ Mustipher, Sean Clifford. Okay. You know, but they lose some dudes. But then I look at, and they're replacing Joey Porter Jr. with Storm Duck.
Yeah.
But
Nah,
here's
that's
the
not it.
thing.
That's not it.
Exactly.
That's not it. That's a totally different level of physicality and
Right.
That's
Right. And here's the thing, though. It all hangs on because their backfield is loaded right now, and
their young
I'd have
receivers
to.
are good too, though.
Right, they lost Parker Washington, but Lambert
Yeah.
comes back. They have
Mhm.
another kid coming back. Caden Saunders will be a sophomore next year. So yes, they get the Devin Carter kid is transferring in to play for them. The kid from NC State.
Yeah.
You know, he's a good. He'll do better in the Big Ten than he did in the ACC. But he's been consistently a 30 catch, 400 plus yard guy at NC State. Bring some size. You know, he'll fit in there well because he doesn't have to be the guy there. He's a nice complimentary guy, just like he was at Penn State. And he was that low catch, high yards, big guy. Really nice compliment to Lambert, some of the other guys they have, right? So okay, that's good. But to me, when I look at Penn State, one thing I'm confident of, Sean, I'm pretty confident that they're going to be in the discussion with Notre Dame about who has the best backfield in the country. And if I were to say definitively now, a team that 1-2 is better than Notre Dame's 1-2, it's Penn State's. Because those kids were both freshmen last year. And they were really good. And Nicholas Singleton, it would not shock me if by some point in time next season, Nicholas Singleton's best running back in college football. He's outstanding. Now the question is will their offensive line be as good? That's another question for another day. But when you look at like Nicholas Singleton this year, I mean, both of their running backs had 10 plus touchdowns, and they were true freshmen.
It won't be it will be apples to oranges. Because I think they're going to see a lot of loaded boxes with the young quarterback and the offensive line you just pointed out in Notre Dame. The running backs in Notre Dame are probably going to be really happy next year because it's going to look totally different.
Oh, yeah. But that's the key. That's the difficulty right there with Penn State, Sean, is right there.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Is how quickly does Drew Aller grow up?
Yep.
Because he's got a huge arm, good athlete. He's got top 10 NFL draft pick talent.
Yeah.
But he's very raw and very inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to learn a lot of that. Is the guy at Penn State, is he the guy that can kind of get him there? I don't know. Right? I don't know because it's so hard to evaluate it because he did an okay job in a year. He was at Ohio State for years. Okay, did an okay job at Oklahoma State. You know, did a good job there. Not great, but good.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard to evaluate what he did at Penn State because you're like Sean Clifford was like 33 years old, and I say hyperbolically, and he is who he is. There's no coaching him up to be better. He just is who he is, right? So can this guy get Drew Aller ready to go? Because that, to me, Sean, is going to be the key. Is if Drew Aller can just be a good, solid quarterback next year, Penn State could end up being a really good football team.
Yeah.
But I think even if he pans out, I have a hard time seeing the whole top 5 thing. That's the thing for me. They're more top 10 than they are top 5 because I think people are still inflating. They were overranked this year because people ranked them high because why? Because they had 2 good losses.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, both of those losses were like double digits. And Michigan straight blew you out in the second half. It's like, but there's still no good win. And then the win that people are building on them is the overrated Utah team that they beat without Cam Rising. Or when Cam Rising went out and without you didn't have Dalton Kincaid, you didn't have Clark Phillips, you didn't have some of your better players. And so I think Penn State's getting way too much hype. I do think, however, if Drew Aller hits and is good for a sophomore, I think they're going to be a top 10 caliber team, in my opinion, because I think that's the missing link. Because I think they'll be able to outscore people, and that's going to be a key for them next year.
What's lost on Penn State is that they physically stood up to Ohio State for 3.5 quarters.
Sure. But I
Like,
think that doesn't look as impressive when you look at how Ohio State played the rest of the year.
no. My point is, we really didn't expect them. I didn't expect them to really give Ohio State that much of a game.
Mhm.
And I think they could not. They tried to do what Michigan ultimately did. Like they just weren't old enough, experienced enough, and they didn't have a good enough quarterback
And
to
they don't have a good
ultimately
enough line.
and
That's
line.
the thing for me.
Yeah,
Their line's not
and
is okay,
ultimately,
but yeah.
yeah, if that gets better, like you spoke about, I think they always give Ohio State a problem. Like it doesn't matter
D
what year it is.
Sean, even the COVID year when they sucked, they
Yes,
gave Ohio State a game.
yes,
Some of
yes,
those bad Bill O'Brien teams with Christian Hackenberg gave
yeah,
them a game.
yeah. So
You're absolutely right.
you can book it in Columbus next
Right.
year. They're going to give Ohio State a game, and I fully
And
expect them to give Michigan a game.
that's the other thing is except for 2021,
Yeah,
they've won most of those games at home. Well, they get
yeah,
Michigan at home this year.
yeah. Can
You
can
know,
can
yeah.
James Franklin kind of reverse some of that ill fortune that he's
Yeah.
had in big games?
Here's the thing that it's game Penn State's interesting because you look at their schedule, they got West Virginia in the opener and Delaware, and then the next 2 weeks are going to be very intriguing games for them. Going to show us what they're made of. Week 3, they play at Illinois.
That's
And
going to
I'm
be a huge
very
game.
curious to see how
That's going to
Illinois
be a
is next
huge
year.
game.
Because
Well,
Illinois is not afraid of Penn State.
no, when they bring that line back,
Right.
one of the yeah,
Right. I
yeah,
mean, dude, Illinois beat Penn State in 2021,
hmm
and they weren't even good.
yeah,
They
yeah,
didn't play them this year, correct? They didn't play
yeah.
Penn State this year.
No,
But the thing for Illinois is they just got to be able to get something from the quarterback position.
and I don't
That's
know
going
who
to be
it's
the
going to
key.
be. I mean, you get the Altemeyer kid that transferred in from Ole Miss, and
Yeah.
Ryan's down on him. And like I said, they have to wait another couple of years to get some local kids
Yeah.
that'll be good enough to go down there and possibly play and win games. But
Yeah.
yeah,
That's the thing is it's just I don't have a lot of faith in
and
the
then
quarterback position.
they lose Walters, they lose a DC.
Right.
They only lose two defensive backs to the draft, but
Mhm.
they have some youngsters that are pretty much in the same mold, and a defensive back coach is still there. So I
Yeah.
think they'll be fine. And their front
Yeah.
seven, let me tell you something. That front seven next year
Mhm.
with Newton and the rest of the crew,
Yeah.
they were playing like freshmen and sophomores, like in the
Yeah.
two deep.
Yeah.
Defensively, Illinois is going to be they're going to be a problem.
Yeah.
They're going to be a
And then
problem.
the next week, Sean, they play home against Iowa. That's
Iowa's
going
going
to
to be
tell
good with Cade
yes.
McNamara.
Here's the deal. And they get Eric All
Hmm.
from the tight end. Here's my thing with Iowa. I don't know what the head coach is going to do. I really don't. I don't know what he's going to do from the standpoint of would his kid calling plays? I mean, that to me is a big question mark,
Yeah.
right? Because it was really bad. But even then, with all those issues, Iowa went 8-5 last year with one of the worst quarterbacks I have ever. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the kid. I'm really not trying to say this to be mean or disrespectful, but
He
he
was
was one of the
bad.
worst
He was
college
bad.
quarterbacks I've ever
Oh
seen.
yeah.
Like when
Yeah.
Drew Pine threw for under 100 yards, it's because Notre Dame just didn't throw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
when he threw for under 100 yards, it's because he couldn't complete a
He just
pass.
couldn't complete a pass. It was
Right.
that bad.
I,
They were
I,
that handicapped as a
oh
team,
gosh.
and they still were like one game away from like going to the Big Ten championship.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
that's crazy.
Right. Like we talk about Notre Dame being that way, but like
Yes.
Drew Pine had some
Yes.
really good games. I
Yes.
mean, you say, I said what I said about Drew Pine earlier, and I meant that, but like Drew also had a couple really good games. I mean, he was
Yeah.
really good against North Carolina.
Yeah.
He was really good against BYU. But like when you look at the Drew game against Clemson, for example, when Drew only threw for 85 yards, Sean, the kid only, what is it, 14 passes? He went
Yeah.
9 of 17. There's a couple throwaways. He went 9 of 17 for 85 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
When Petras threw for he threw for 49 yards against Ohio State.
Yeah.
49 yards. He was 6 of 14 with 2 picks. That's such a bad performance.
Yo, that
And then
9-6 Iowa-Illinois game was the worst
oh my gosh.
quarterback display I've
He threw for
seen all
94
year.
yards. He threw for 94 yards against Wisconsin, and he threw 23 passes. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not trying to be disrespectful to the kid. But to your point,
Oh,
I mean, they lost Illinois 9-6. That was one, like you said, it was Artur Sitkowski was arguably not the worst quarterback on the field that day.
No, he was terrible.
And he's awful.
Yes.
He's awful. I mean, when you're like, God, please let's get Tommy DeVito back on the field, you're bad. And Spencer Petras was just as bad. I mean, threw for 170 yards that game, threw 36 passes. Like it was so bad. But to your point, their defense is nasty. They got a lot of dudes coming back, and Cade McNamara is not a brilliant quarterback, but he is a good, solid game manager quarterback that will have some dudes to throw to.
Yeah.
And even if their offensive coordinator is as bad as he was last year, they're still going to be better because they're going to be significantly better quarterback.
Was their tight end a senior?
Yes.
Because he was wasted. He was just wasted.
Yeah.
All year.
That's why they went out and got you're talking about Sam Laporta, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to the NFL. Let me just check on that just so we can be accurate. But I'm pretty sure he's going to the NFL. Yeah, so I'll find that one out here real quick.
Yeah.
But I believe he went. But yeah, he was really good this year. Really good this year. Hold on a second. He wants one more opportunity to play with his boys in the Music City Bowl. So that sounds like a dude that's not coming back
to the league
next year. Yeah. So, but they went and got Eric All from Michigan, who didn't do a lot this year because he was injured. But 2 years ago when he was with Michigan 2 years ago, was a pretty good football player. So to me, that was a pretty good pickup for them.
Yeah.
For Penn State. I mean, for Iowa, is to get Eric All. So, those two guys right there, that man, they're going to be a lot better, in my opinion. A lot better than they were this year.
I totally agree.
So Penn State, if they can get out of that stretch kind of unblemished, then I'll buy in.
I think, man,
I'll buy in.
Phew, we'll talk about this next. A certain coach might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew. He thought that West division of the Big Ten was going to be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But when you really look around.
Yeah. So Sean, let's do this. Let's move into the next topic of conversation. We're going to talk a little bit about some college football and coaching and stuff like that, and some big things that happened this week. And we'll start off with Alabama. Because we're going to talk about Alabama. We're going to talk about a couple of the new offensive coordinator hires that were made, and then we'll talk about our top 3 off-season head coaching hires. And then we'll talk about one hire that we thought was a little not as good as I think people are making it out to be. You and I agree on that one, correct, Sean?
We do.
So I say that based on our previous conversation before the show. So here's my stance on this. Number one is Alabama is going to be an incredibly talented team next year. Their quarterback position is a question mark.
Absolutely.
They've got some young guys that I think are a little overhyped. I was never a big Ty Simpson guy. I never thought Ty Simpson was the guy that people thought he was. Good quarterback, though. You got Jalen Milroe. I believe somebody said in the chat, I don't know if this is accurate. I'd have to look, but somebody said in the chat, a couple of people said in the chat last time, he's moving to receiver.
Yeah, he did. In the
so
bowl,
is that official?
Bowl practice, he moved to receiver.
Is he going to stay there, or was that just something where they were running out of dudes for the bowl game?
No,
that would be my question.
I think they really.
He needs to do that. He's not a quarterback, and he's not a quarterback for Alabama.
No.
But for me, Sean, maybe they don't get a transfer now, but don't count Alabama out from getting a transfer in May.
I agree.
You know what I mean? If they need one. But when I look at this Alabama team, that aside. And they're going to lose Bryce Young. They're going to lose Will Anderson, Jahmyr Gibbs, the linebacker. They're going to lose some guys. They lose guys every year.
Mhm.
They're bringing back a lot of guys next year. They bring back they're bringing in some really talented freshmen that can play now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about Bama's class is it's not just the number one class, but there's a lot of guys, Keon Keeley, James Smith, guys like that can play now.
Right.
I think Richard Young might be a tad overrated if you're looking at it from what he'll be when everybody maxes out, but he might be the most ready to play as a freshman running back in the country. Got him and Justice Haynes coming in with the guys they have coming back, Jason McClellan, those guys. So I think the receiving core is going to be better this year, I think, than it was last year, probably. But here's the big problem going into next year, Sean. It was the same thing and you always joke with me about this. But what did I say before the season was going to be Alabama's downfall? My prediction before the season was Bama's going to lose 2 regular season games for the first time in a minute. And it wasn't because I thought there was other teams out there that had. I said they were going to lose to. I said they're going to lose to Tennessee, and then I said somebody else. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but somebody else. Because Tennessee was my surprise breakout team, and it ended up being LSU. And it was almost Texas A&M, and almost Texas, and almost a couple other teams. It was always about the coaching, the coordinators. Bama, I thought, made a really good offseason hire on the offensive line. I love their receivers coach. I mean, there's a lot of good coaches there, and they have the legend at head coach, but their coordinators were subpar.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, their offensive coordinator doesn't think he's subpar. He thinks he's the smartest dude in the world.
Man.
And so that was their downfall.
Yeah.
Dude wasted Bryce Young for 2 years. Now, not wasted him in regard to production and all that, but like as far as like having a championship caliber quarterback that you couldn't turn into a champion because, you're who you are. Now he hasn't departed yet, but all the rumblings and everything that we read and we're told by our sources is Bill O'Brien will be going back to the NFL this year. And I don't know this for a fact. So this is my opinion based on some things I'm hearing. I'm trying to, add things together. I think it's one of those ones, Sean, where he's not going back to the NFL because he just misses the NFL only. I think he's also going back to the NFL because the same reason that
your boy left.
Yes. He's returning to the NFL is because, hey, I'm not going to do you the disservice of firing you, but you may want to give my guy Bill Belichick a call and see if he'll take you back or something like that, or maybe call Mike Vrabel and see if he'll hire you. I think that was the worst thing for the rest of college football. Is that now? I don't think Bama, if Bama makes good coordinator hires, I still don't think Bama's the best team in the country. There's some holes on their roster.
Yeah.
Right, at a couple key positions, but they're going to be really good. They're going to be really good in a team that potentially could be a playoff team again next year if they can figure out the quarterback position. But here's the thing: I don't know who they're going to hire. But getting rid of Pete Golding and Bill O'Brien is step 1A and 1B to not letting the slide continue, because Pete Golding is a really not good defensive coordinator. And he's a very undisciplined person from everything you hear. And his team played very undisciplined. His defense played very undisciplined. I mean, is it a surprise that a defense with that type of problem was undisciplined when they have a coach that's getting involved into things and getting in trouble for things he's getting in trouble in and the way he conducts himself? I mean, just look at the guys like, dude, did you just wake up from a bender before you came to the game today? Like, can you comb your hair or at least put a hat on or something? You know what I mean? Like, I got to think that Saban's going to make good hires, but until I see who he hires, Sean, I can't say too much about it, but I'm going to tell you right now, step one was making a move. He had to make a move. A lot of coaches aren't willing to fire both guys. Dabo Swinney, we'll get to, made a really smart and bold move on the offense, but he hasn't made one on defense, and he needs to do both.
Yeah.
Saban decided to do both, and that's not an easy thing to do. The question now is, who does he hire? That's going to be the question.
There's a guy out there that will be bold.
Okay.
For Saban.
Who's that?
Jim Leonard.
Yeah.
Jim Leonard would be a heck of a move.
Yeah.
For Saban.
Well, it would somewhat fit scheme wise.
Yeah.
And they're still kind of a 3-4 team, and there's some carryover there.
That'd be a heck of a move.
NFL background. Jim Leonard, I think, wants to ultimately be an NFL guy, or at least strikes me as one that wants to be an NFL guy.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't recruit.
No, he doesn't. Offensively, if I were him, I would try to go get. See, I don't
While you're
think.
thinking about that, can I make a prediction?
Yeah.
Nick Saban's going to go away from what he's done in the most recent hires.
What do you mean by that?
He's going to go away from this high octane, score a bunch of points, throw the ball over the field stuff he's had in recent years.
So you think he's going to chase Kirby?
I think he won't view it that way. But
Mm.
yes, because here's what's Kirby doing. What Saban did early, and here's the reason I think that, because
Yeah.
when Alabama lost, they lost in shootouts. They couldn't
Right.
control the clock and they couldn't
Mhm.
make stops.
Yeah.
Part of the reason they couldn't make stops is because their defense is on the field a lot.
Right.
That's number one. But number two, I think he's smart enough to know we have run this offense because we had first top 15 to 20 NFL draft talent.
Right.
They don't have that on the roster right now, unless they want to have Dylan Lonergan take over. And even he's a question mark. He's still raw. He's incredibly talented.
Yeah.
Eli Holstein's not that guy. I don't think Ty Simpson's that guy. You're going to ask Ty Simpson to beat Bryce Young and Mac Jones and all that as a redshirt freshman. Even if he had that talent, that'd be unfair to ask of him. You know what I mean? Because he's not Bryce Young talent. But even if he was a legit top 100 player, is what I mean. Where Bryce Young was like number one. And here's the thing: is you don't recruit Richard Young and Justice Haynes if you're going to continue to go out there and be a slinging all over the field guy.
I agree with you there.
You don't hire a guy from Kentucky to coach your offensive line last year if you're going to continue to be a let's throw it all over the field guy.
You don't go get Proctor and all the offensive linemen.
Because the issue is the reason Bama has been a little bit down the last couple of years, in my opinion, is because they have just not been able to consistently control the game, and it's put their defense in some bad spots.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what you're going to see him do, if he was bold, and I don't think he'd be this bold, and it would be very risky, is I'd give Chip Long a call.
That wouldn't be, you know what? I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that.
It'd be risky, and the fans wouldn't like it because he was part of a staff that got let go at Georgia Tech, right? But that system would fit really well with what they do.
Yeah.
And Chip can be like, yo, I went 11 and 10-3 and scored almost 40 points a game in the regular season with Brandon Wimbush at quarterback.
Yeah. I wouldn't be mad at that.
But at the very least, someone like that, someone that's going to come back in and run a pro-style offense that you can still, yes, look, you can't go back to what you were with Greg McElroy and what's the kid they had before him? The kid with three names. I feel like I shouldn't say it. I'm going to get in trouble, Sean. There's just a lot of those three-named kids look a certain way from the state of Alabama, okay?
Yeah.
What was that kid's name? The kid that played before McElroy? John Parker Wilson. You can't go back to that.
They all went to that school because John Parker went to that school, that famous high school for a while that was running Alabama before the coach got into trouble.
Oh, yeah, Hoover.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I think you've got to go find honestly a school that would be similar to what they do would be like Michigan, old school Michigan, run downhill, throw downhill. Because you got to be able to throw the ball, but they don't have the weapons they used to have. So that's the thing for me is I think that get it because what they are going to have is a lot of really talented linemen. They had that freshman last year who was really good.
Okay.
Right. The tackle and I keep wanting to say TJ Lindsey because of but it was JT. Why is his name escaping me right now? The kid he was a Alabama freshman at Alabama this year. He was a highly ranked kid. I cannot believe people in the chat will help me out as soon as that because they all know who I'm talking about.
Where's Ladarius when we need him?
Right, I know, right? Seriously, we're finally talking about Bama, and and he's not even here. I'm disappointed in my guy, but yeah, I mean, so their offensive line to me is going to be really, really, really good this year, in my opinion. So I think they're running back. They're bringing in some freshmen that can play right away. I just feel like they're built to get back to being that kind of team. And when I look at what he went out and got, he got a bunch of bigs, right, Sean? Like going after Caden Proctor, going after the defensive lineman he went after. It's like,
Yeah.
Kirby out Sabaned me. I can't have my
Mhm.
career end that way. I can't have my career end with one of my proteges being better than me at what
He better get it
I
together.
perfected.
He better make the right hires.
Right. Right. Right.
Chip
JC
went to
Latham. That's what I was
okay.
thinking of.
Yeah.
Who was really he was a redshirt freshman, I believe, this year, but he was a really good player.
Yeah.
Really good player.
I like Chip as a dark horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that style of play. If he
Yeah.
makes that if he goes out and tries to get another pro style, throw it all over the field guy, I
Mhm.
don't think that guy's out there for him to go get.
Yeah.
I really don't. And so I wonder, like, what's that move, Sean? If that's not it, what's the move? Right? What's the move for him?
Yeah.
So I just feel like that's the route they got to go, in my opinion. And you're not seeing them hit the portal quite as hard this year.
Mhm.
Just smart. I think that failed. That experience failed. You bring in all those transfers and it failed on you. Georgia brought in 0 transfers last year and they won a title. And one of your transfers you got from Georgia's, hitting a girl, not hitting a girl in the face, but getting in all that trouble. And you and I shared our
Right.
opinion on that and all
Right.
that. But
Right.
that's the kind of he did more. He was known more for stuff like that than he did for what he did on the football field this year.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think he's going to go away from that. And look, they lose Will Anderson, but that's a team that's built to be able to sustain that and be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
With with
Keon, Dallas
Keon's coming
Turner.
in, Dallas Turner, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Fine there. So I think this Bama team could be dangerous if he makes the right hires.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing. I think we could see if Brian Kelly is what the LSU fans think he is, and Saban makes the right hire as a coordinator, I think the SEC could somewhat eat itself alive this year, which means
I can see
only
that.
one team gets in.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because here's the thing, a 2-loss SEC team never gets into a 14 playoff. A 2-loss SEC champ will.
Yeah.
If it's they're not going to leave an SEC champ out of the playoff unless it has 3 losses.
Yeah.
Everybody else's conference winners undefeated, right? I mean,
Yeah.
am I?
That's fair. I agree with you. It sets
the point,
up that
they
way.
won't get 2 in that
Right.
way. I think the SEC has gone through a period where I think it's been a very overrated conference. It's been Bama and Georgia, or Bama and LSU. It's like one of those two, but basically 2 really good teams and then a bunch of overrated stuff.
Yeah.
And they don't get challenged enough out of conference to really be the SEC for about the last 5 or 6 years has had the best team in college football many years, but as a conference, it has not been the best conference.
No.
Has not.
No.
Very overrated conference. I will say this, however. I think it's trending back up, though. I think the conference. I like what Sam Pittman is doing at Arkansas. I think Josh Heupel's doing a good job at Tennessee. Billy Napier's not. I don't know how he's going to do, but they're not going to be bad. They're not going to be terrible. Mark Stoops is doing a decent job at Kentucky. Missouri's getting some talented kids in there, recruiting wise.
Yeah.
A&M's never been as good as people thought they were, but they're not as bad as they were this past year.
No.
And a lot of the thing and the Bobby Petrino hire was a really good one, Sean.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to blow up in his face eventually, but for 1 year with Connor Wegman at quarterback, I think it's going to be good. They're going to be a bold team at least this year, right?
I agree with
Ole
that.
Miss is going to be good. I don't know what to expect from Mississippi State now. LSU under Brian Kelly may never reach the heights. I don't think they'll ever reach the heights of 2019, but they're going to be a lot more stable than they were under Ed Orgeron. You're not going to see the highs and lows.
Yeah.
And so I think the league is better now than it has been in recent years. It's going to be this year, Sean, what people thought it was the last 5.
Yeah.
South Carolina is another one that's getting better. The problem that with those teams is that can they keep their players? Like if South Carolina could keep all of its players from this year, they'd be a potential dark horse to be a top 10 team. Yeah. If they had Jaheim Bell coming back and Marshawn Lloyd coming back and Jordan Birch coming back and Stogner coming back and all those guys coming back, you're like, this team's going to be really good. If they only lost NFL guys, they'd have a shot to be a top 15 team.
I agree.
That's what sucks about this whole thing, though, because
Yeah.
teams like that can't keep everything
Can't
going.
keep everybody. Yeah.
Right. But I think the SEC is going to be next year what people have thought it has been the last 5 or 6, but it hasn't.
Yeah.
And that is a very deep conference. I thought the early 2010s, the SEC was really deep. Like you'd have Ole Miss with Hugh Freeze was doing pretty well, and obviously Georgia was still good under Mark Richt. They weren't a championship team. You had Auburn had a couple really good teams back then. You had the title team in 2010. You had the runner-up in 2013.
Yeah.
LSU was never good enough to win a title because they didn't have a quarterback back then, but they were still really good year after year under Les. And it was a really good league. It was a really good league, but it just hasn't been that in recent years. It's a very top-heavy league.
Yeah.
I think it starts getting back to that this year, to being what people thought it was this year, which, again, is going to end up – because I think the other two teams are kind of coming down a little bit. Georgia's – here's the thing about Georgia. They're my number one team because of what I said. I'm going to say this to you, Sean. I forgot to say this earlier. But there's no way they three-peat, in my opinion. Number one, because it's hard to do that, number one. Number two, it's not the losses that last year hurt them this year, and just the losses they have this year aren't by themselves. You're unable to overcome them.
Yeah.
It's doing that back-to-back. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And I think that they're going to come back down to – meaning like 12-2, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like, 12-2.
Man.
Because, the quarterback's going to be
which means they'll be in the SEC championship game and lose their second game in the SEC.
Exactly. Or they go to a bowl game.
Yeah.
They're a one-loss team. They're 12-0, lose the SEC title game, don't get in or something like that, and then go to a bowl game and lose because half their team opts out, right?
Right.
Like, yeah, I see one loss in the regular season and then one loss in the SEC title game as being that. But meaning they're just not going to be quite as good as they've been. They're still going to be great, but Bama's 2010 team from Bama, was right in the middle of 3 titles. They won 3 titles in 4 years.
Right.
Their 2010 team lost 3 games. And it was because of what they lost after 2008 and then combined with what they lost in 2009. It was the back-to-back big losses that hurt Bama. And I think it's going to help hurt Georgia. But then Georgia's going to be a very young team next year. And so then you're going to come into 2024 and you're going to be like, I don't want to play Georgia. Right? That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah.
It's going to be like that. Yeah, it's going to be like that. So that's my thoughts on that, Sean. But but Bama making those hires, depending on who they hire, is going to be really important.
Yeah.
Really important.
I agree.
Let's talk quickly, Sean. We wanted to have a conversation about the 2 coordinator hires that were made this week. Let's begin with the Brian Hartline one, because I think this is the least surprise, but also the one that really has the least impact.
Yeah,
in my opinion, from what we know. Ryan Day's still there. It's still going to be his offense.
He's going to be he's going to be the major guy. I agree with that. I actually like Tulsa taking a chance on Kevin White.
I think getting rid of Kevin White is going to be good for Ohio State too.
Absolutely.
It's a win-win.
So it's win-win. And, from a recruiting standpoint, it definitely will continue the trend of wide receivers wanting to go to Ohio State in a good position. And, I just don't see the change that is needed from a mindset standpoint coming through Ryan Day.
That's speak on that, Sean.
No, it's just,
speak on that. That's why they keep losing.
He's too stubborn. He's just too stubborn. And I understand that Travion Henderson has had some injuries. Mayan Williams was injured halfway through the season, and he probably had to lean on C.J. Stroud a little bit more.
You had Dallin freaking Hayden. Notre Dame ran for 180 yards against the number 2 rush defense in the country from the Big Ten in 2017 with Deion McIntosh playing the entire 4th quarter.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't at me with, we didn't have enough running backs. You had Dallin Hayden, right? But this is also what we talked about before at the beginning of the year where I said why I like Notre Dame's running back depth. And Ohio State fans lost their minds where I said I like the depth chart at Notre Dame better than I like it at Ohio State. Because if they lost those 2 guys, because Evan Pryor was hurt.
Yep.
And after that, it was like there wasn't a lot of guys. And Ohio State fans lost their mind because they think they have the best depth chart at every position over everyone, including the Browns and the Bengals and
Right.
the Chiefs, and because they're not at all delusional.
Yeah.
But here's my thing, though, Sean. That's an excuse for them.
Mm-hmm.
The injuries of running back.
Yeah.
Your problems are when you had the talent you have on the offensive line.
Yes.
I don't give a crap who you had at running back.
Run the ball.
Put Dallin Hayden in there and let him run the rock.
Run the rock.
But you have developed a soft culture at Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. And the further and further and further they've gotten away from Urban Meyer, the softer and softer they've become.
Yeah.
And that ultimately is what's going to do them in. And I don't care who he hires as his offensive coordinator, until he changes the structure of his program for how they train in the offseason, how they go through fall camp, how they practice, how all that stuff, until you get back to being a more physical football team, this is going to continue to be your problem.
And with the 2 tackles he had, and with a first-round talent like Jackson as a sophomore.
Luke Whippler is an NFL is going to get drafted at center.
Yeah, dude. The offensive line he had this year, for him not to just lean on that running game.
Cade Stover's a good blocker at tight end and a good pass catcher at tight end. Yeah.
Yeah. Stover getting hurt in the semifinals was a blow, but
yeah, it was.
Look, until I see him commit to the run the way they need to,
right?
Especially with especially if it's a first-time quarterback. Because that's when Travion really came on the scene and helped out C.J. Stroud until he was able to get going as a first-time starter, because he struggled early in that, his sophomore year? He struggled a little bit. The game against Minnesota, they almost lost that game. They were down. Ibrahim goes out with the injury. They're able to come back. And then they started playing Travion Henderson more. He started taking off. And then Stroud started to pick it up. Second half of the season and turned into the quarterback he eventually became. But Ryan Day has to do better, man. He has to make that team more physical.
Yeah.
He has to give them that type of mentality.
Right.
I thought when we saw what they did in the fourth quarter for those 2 drives against Notre Dame, I said, okay, maybe he realizes what needs to be done. But as soon as things got tight.
What we realized, Sean, is the only reason he did that against Notre Dame is because Notre Dame was stopping him from throwing the football.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything else.
Throw the football against Notre Dame.
He couldn't do anything.
He had no choice. Yeah. So Brian Hartline's not the answer or the remedy or going to be the issue if they don't score a lot. If they don't score a lot this year, like they have, I mean, again, they're not going to score 28 points a game. But if they're only scoring like 37 and they're good but not elite, it's going to not be because Brian Hartline can't call plays or whatever. It's going to be because the head coach who sets the tone and the agenda for that football team has not done what he needs to do to instill that. Now, I think they will change that. I do. Because I don't think you hire Justin Fry and not want to run the football.
Yeah.
I don't think you do some of the things that you do if you don't want to run the football. I mean, you got one of the best running back coaches in the business. You got a good young line coach. You got to get back to basics, man. And until he does that, they're gonna just continue to not be as. I mean, Ohio State's had 2 or 3 potential title teams that they've just wasted.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah. So, and they don't need to be a vintage Ohio State team with like Carlos Snow and or Eddie George or whatever. But you got to be able to run the ball better than you have.
Yeah.
Because Ohio State runs for yards, but the thing that's hurt them against Bama in 2020. It hurt them against Clemson in 2019 in the second half. Is Ohio State has not been able to run the ball when they need to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They've put up good yards, but they can't run the ball when they need to run the ball against the best teams.
Like you said,
that's been the key.
Close Georgia out. Close them out.
That's it.
Running game.
Yep.
Right there, your first down, their side of the field, can't get another yard to improve the field goal for your kicker. It's run the ball.
Last one, Sean. Garrett Riley to Clemson. I talked a little bit about this yesterday. I think this is a really good hire. I don't think he was the brains behind the TCU offense directly. I think that's Sonny Dykes' offense, but I think he ran Sonny Dykes' offense really well.
He did.
Sonny clearly trusted him a lot, brought him with him from SMU, did some really good things at SMU, took a big dip in effectiveness and efficiency on offense this year when they left. Obviously comes from a smart football family, clearly, is Lincoln Riley's younger brother. I think this was a great hire. I do, and I think it's a perfect hire for Cade Klubnik. I want to warn people, however, that have said the whole Clemson's back thing and remind them that Clemson is not back. They've never had great scheme on offense really the last several years. It's always been about the talent. The problem is, Sean, the talent's not what it used to be.
No.
It could be if Adam Randall can step up this year with Williams at receiver. They have a shot to be better. But they're not T. Higgins and Justin Ross. Will Shipley, who I like a lot, is not Travis Etienne. And Cade Klubnik, who I like a lot, is not Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson.
No.
So they need a talent boost. And the reality is Coach Sweeney's been unwilling to look into the portal for that fix. So it's going to have to come from recruiting and development. And I just don't know if the roster's set up to have they don't have like a Notre Dame roster where I feel like the talent's there. You just got to coach it up.
Right.
They have good talent, but not the kind I think you need to really take that next step, in my opinion. But they will be better. I think what this does is I'll say this to you, Sean, and you can address it or you can just speak whatever. But to me, what this move does, is it stops the slide. I don't think it automatically puts them back on the upward trend from a coaching standpoint. What I'm going to be curious about, and this is what I don't know the answer to because I don't know enough about Garrett Riley to speak on this. So full disclosure, I don't know what kind of recruiter he is because that's been what's lacking at Clemson. Is their recruiting staff in recent years has been very underwhelming. And the kids that they have gotten are like some Florida kids and mostly South Carolina kids. They had a nice win with Ronan Hannafin this year, which was a good win. But the recruiting has been, they're not getting the T. Higginses and Mike Williams. And from two standpoints, number one is they're not getting the big-time names. And number two, they're not doing the scouting to find a Mike Williams, who wasn't a highly ranked recruit. And so – but luckily for them, he was from their home state. So I think the talent level is not what people think it is.
Yeah.
And I think it was too easy to blame DJ for all their woes. Now, DJ was a problem.
But he
was not the only problem. Neither was
Yeah.
Brandon Streeter. Neither was Tony Elliott. They were part of the problem.
Yeah.
But the other problem is they just don't have the talent on offense they used to. But I do think they have good talent along the offensive line.
Yeah.
And Garrett Riley likes to run the ball. At least he did when he was, at least with Sonny Dykes the last year at TCU. If he stays with that mentality at Clemson, they just got to go out and recruit receiver position better. Because quarterback-wise, they got good quarterback. Bazine is a good player. I think he's a little overrated, but he's a top 100 guy. He's got a big arm and talent, and he can groom for a couple years behind Cade Klubnik. Running back, they're going to be good there. Obviously, like Will Shipley. You got some talent at receiver.
Yeah.
So they're not that far off, Sean. They're just going to need to kind of come out and have a really big year in 2024 of finding some big-time receivers. But here's the deal. This is the kind of hire you needed to make to have the ability to hit the road and say, no. Things are changing. Come play with us.
Yeah.
That's going to be the key.
I agree totally with you. I like the hire. Young upcoming coordinator. I think he's going to be good and he's going to get better. But like you said, there are some issues, some system things that might take, if he's a good recruiter, it might take 2 years to really start getting his guys into his system and getting everything. Next year is still going to be heavily Will Shipley from an offensive standpoint.
Should.
And developing Klubnik to become the quarterback that they want them to become.
Would you say that's the issue they had in the bowl game, Sean, is they tried to put too much on Klubnik's shoulders early?
Well, really, it was just they moved the ball early. They just had problems in the red zone.
But that's the thing, because they were putting so much on the quarterback's shoulders.
Yeah.
Some of the mistakes he made, like the scramble late in the half, and
I thought they put.
He was so good in the ACC title game that I thought they maybe put a little. And this is what I say: be careful. And I made this mistake, and I still warn people. be careful putting too much on a kid making his first start because of what he did coming off the bench.
Yes.
And I didn't take my own advice when I picked Clemson to win the bowl game. Partly because I think Tennessee's defense sucks.
Yeah.
But like you said, they moved the ball.
Yeah.
But it was the same problem. The poor red zone coaching.
Yeah.
And just poor decision making.
Goes back to what you said. Their
Right.
O-line is better.
Right.
And Will Shipley is someone that he's a bell cow. He can really carry the offense. Now, are they going to be able to add some depth in the running back room to help him out? And then Antonio Williams is a nice piece at wide receiver. But who's going to step up at wide receiver? Are they going to have a dude at wide receiver?
They really need Adam Randall to have a big offseason.
Yeah.
He was a freshman this year, played a little bit at wide receiver. Sean, I think he's got loads of talent. I don't know if you've ever seen him play. He's like 6'2", 215. He's like a gazelle, man. He's got a lot of ability. Like I said, he played a little bit this year, caught 10 passes for 128 yards. Good player, but not like an elite player. And Bo Collins has never developed the way he needs to. I think they have a shot to be really good at tight end next year, I think.
Yeah.
But like when you're putting like Brandon, and the other one too is Cole Turner. Getting him back will help. He's kind of a big play guy as a complementary weapon. But Adam Randall to me is going to be the key for them, because Cole Turner was hurt early and then came back at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But like I look at their incoming freshman class, and unless Noble Johnson ends up being a whole lot better than I think, they didn't really fix that problem in this year's class.
Yeah.
They're going to have to do it in 24 because they just haven't. And look, the Betancourt pickup was good, but it's not like, it's not. They need to get receivers. That's going to be the key.
Yeah.
Give this guy some weapons. And I think this move helps with that, in my opinion. Because I feel more confident they're going to put an offense that looks competent on the field this year.
Yeah.
Because like last year, Sean, they were just like when you watch the Florida State game, they beat Florida State for one reason only. They had better players.
Special teams.
Yeah. And dumb mistakes by Florida State. Yeah. Because the one touchdown came off of after Clemson had like a long kick return to set up this. It was close for the first half. Then I think Florida State had like a late score. And then I think the opening kickoff third quarter, didn't Clemson return it back past midfield or something like that? And they just went down and scored like 2 plays later and put the game away. And that took Florida State away from being able to run the football, which they did really well in the first half of the game.
And we said it leading up to the Notre Dame game. Like Florida State showed that you can run the ball on its defensive front. Like they showed it. And then Notre Dame just went out and executed.
And said, "Oh no, we're really going to show you how to run the ball on this defense." And I just want to point out, so we had some guy on the YouTube channels like, "Why are you guys talking about how well Tommy Rees did against Clemson? They only scored 3 offensive touchdowns, but they only scored 3 offensive touchdowns partly because the defense took like 3 possessions away from them, and especially like 3 possessions away from them. But you can't watch it. Love or hate Tommy Rees, I don't really care." You can hate him and think he did terrible in the other 12 games of the year, but you look at that game, that was a brilliant game plan. You ran for 286 yards against one of the best front sevens in college football. Yep. The last team to rush for more yards than that was Louisville in 2016, Sean. Do you have any recollection of who played quarterback for them that year and why they were so good running football?
I'll say Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, he was okay, right?
Yeah.
You did something against a Clemson team that hasn't been done since 2016, over half a decade, and I'm supposed to say that wasn't impressive because you don't like Tommy Rees? You know what I mean? Like, I get so tired of that. But yeah, that was the last time that happened, by the way. And I just want to point out as well, Sean, that in that game that Clemson where they gave up 273 yards. Louisville averaged 4.96 yards per carry. Notre Dame this year against them averaged 5.6 yards per carry. So just want to kind of point that out a little bit too. But anyway, I do like this hire from Garrett Riley of Garrett Riley. Here's my only question, and I'll ask Sean this when he gets back as well. Ask you in the chat what you think as well. But to me, The difference between Saban and Dabo is Saban is in the process of making all the moves he needs to make at the coordinator position. I think the defensive coordinator position was every bit as problematic as the offensive coordinator position. And the reason that it didn't show up as bad is because the talent was so good on defense and the schedule was not great. But whenever they played a decent offense, they got worked. I mean, yeah, Notre Dame had a great running game plan against them, but Wake Forest's coaching staff ripped Clemson up as well. I mean, a lot of good teams gave Clemson some problems this year if they were schemed well. And it's because I just don't think a whole lot. I don't think much of their defensive coordinator, Wes Goodwin. I really don't think he's a guy that brings a whole lot to the table. So to me, Garrett Riley move was a good step one. But if Clemson really wants to turn it around, it's not as simple as saying Garrett Riley and then get some receivers. He's eventually going to have to make a change at defensive coordinator as well, I think. Now, I can understand him wanting to give Wes Goodwin a little bit of another shot since he's only been there 1 year, but I don't think he's good enough. He didn't show me anything this year, Sean, that made me think, like, for all the hard time we've given Al Golden, could you imagine what Al Golden would have been able to do this year with that talent? In the front seven this year? Because, again, our frustrating with Al Golden is you didn't have an elite unit on the field this year, a top 10 unit, a kind of team but it's still good. And he, we say maybe he didn't get as much out of Isaiah Foskey and Jason Adamiola. Brian Bresee, Miles Murphy, KJ Henry, Trenton Simpson. You know what I mean? Like, man. So, I'm very curious how all that plays out. I think he's got to make two moves. So this has got to be step one if we're looking at it from a Clemson standpoint, in my opinion. So, yeah. And the difference is somebody said Streeter's only the OC for 1 year, but Streeter had been there for a while. So there's a bit more of a track record there. And Streeter's older. He's 46. He's been coaching for a little bit while longer. I think this guy's younger, and I think he wants to give him a little bit of a chance. But in my opinion, I'm just telling you reasons why I think Dabo might not fire him. I'm not saying he shouldn't make a move there. I'm not even saying fire him. I think the guy's a young coach. Maybe just bring in somebody else to be co-coordinator with him and let that guy kind of more be in charge. And then that would be kind of it.
Like somebody said Miles Murphy was underwhelming at Clemson.
The whole front seven was this year, Sean, to me.
He's still going in the first round of the draft. That's the crazy thing.
Right. He'll still go in the probably top 15 of the draft. But to the point is, Miles Murphy had 11 tackles for loss this year and 6.5 sacks. I mean, he was a 14-7 guy the year before. I think that's a fair point to make. He did not have the impact talent that he had in previous years.
How many games did he miss to injury this year?
Who, Miles Murphy? None. Are you thinking of Brian Bresee?
Davis missed some games too, didn't he? Tyler Davis
missed 2. Yeah, he missed 2. Bresee missed games partly because he had some injuries, but he also lost his sister, and which is really sad. But so you kind of understand why he didn't have quite the same year that you thought he would have. But like Trenton Simpson didn't play all that well this year. KJ Henry was pretty good, but like what helps Clemson is they get that root kid decided not to go to the pros, and Tyler Davis, I believe, as of right now, plans on coming back. Barrett Carter's a really good player, but they're going to be good next year talent wise in the front seven. But you missed an opportunity with a couple really good players, and there is no Miles Murphy on their team. Coming back. There's no Brian Bresee on their team coming back. Yeah, just not a big fan of those type of guys. So, and like I said, Miles Murphy to me would have been a great big end at Notre Dame. And I never felt like I thought they tried to make him, and maybe it was him, like they needed to use him as more of a power guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like they didn't use him as a viper. But like both of their ends neither of them played like real powerfully.
Right.
I guess is what I'm trying to say. At times they'd flash. It was just weird. I couldn't really understand what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
It was really strange. Really strange. Last thing, Sean, is let's quickly talk about this last one before we wrap up here. 3 best head coaching hires of the offseason. What are yours? Because we talked about this before the show. Let me give you mine here real quick
Yeah,
while you're thinking of yours.
yeah. I said
Mine
one
are
earlier, but
right. Matt Rule, I thought was a good hire,
yeah, I agree with that one.
and that was a simple one.
Yeah,
I thought the Deion Sanders hire was a big one. I think the thing for me is Deion is a guy that you look at and say, well, how did you only hire a guy with only really 2 years of coaching experience? Because the first year was kind of a wash. And I say, well, you did that because you have no chance of getting him if you let him get more experience.
yeah,
Because if he gets more experience, he's not going to a place like Colorado.
yeah,
I mean, if he stays at Jackson State for 2 more years and keeps doing what he's doing, he's going to Florida State, something like place like that. He's not going to Colorado.
right.
So you took a chance on him there, right? That's number 2 for me. And then, my third one, Sean, is a move that I think is very underrated, and I think people that know me are going to know where I'm going with this one,
Yep,
and it's Jeff Brom at Louisville.
yep.
Because the reason I say it is look, say whatever you want about Jeff Brom, bit of a rough personality, maybe not overly likable, but the dude can coach offense.
Yeah,
And he did stuff the last couple of years with mostly mediocre players at Purdue. And he's going to get athletes now at Louisville. Like they're going to get some athletes. He's got to be able to recruit quarterback, which is going to, but again, he just, how many yards did they throw for this year? And they won the Big Ten West with a former walk-on and Aiden O'Connell at quarterback.
yeah,
Like you're going to be fine there, but they're going to get some athletes to run that offense, and he's going to get some linemen to run that offense,
yeah,
and there's a better chance to recruit talent to that defense than at other places. And it's a school that's willing to pay
yeah,
for players,
yeah,
and so I thought that was a great hire for me.
yeah.
That's my 3, my
Yeah.
top 3 hires.
I would throw.
Offseason.
I like Dillingham for Arizona State.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to take him a couple of years. It's a lot of extra stuff besides just on the field that program is going through. That they're going to have to reestablish a foundation to win. But he went and got a competent quarterback to come in. And I think he made Bo Nix better. I think he's going to make Drew. I think Drew Pine will do fine
Mm-hmm.
with him, and I'll be interested in seeing how they play next year. I will put him as a candidate up there. I'm not a fan of the Hugh Freeze thing. It's like he's gonna have to show me.
Agree.
Like you got to
I
show
can
me,
coach,
dude.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
you got to show me. And
yeah.
doing things at Liberty and all right, and show me. And I hinted at this earlier. I don't know what Luke Fickle thought he was walking into.
That's the one.
And that Big
That'd be the
Ten
one.
West, my man, you just walked into shark infested waters with the coaches in that conference. In that Western Conference, there's some coaches over there.
It got better.
Yeah,
It jumped up a bit.
yeah. So look, you just think you're walking in and you're gonna be the best coach? Nah.
Mhm.
Some guys staring you in your eye like, hey, let's go. This is what we do.
I don't even think he was the best hire in the West. That's the one for me, Sean, we're talking about. That is the one hire that is getting way too much hype for me. I have said this before, and he may prove me wrong, but I still believe that Luke Fickle's success at Cincinnati had more to do with – now, he did a good job of hiring coaches, right? I'm not trying to take that away from him. He hired those coaches, but the success was built more around the uniqueness and the talent of guys like Marcus Freeman as a recruiter, Mike Mickens as a coach and recruiter, Mike Denbrock in his 1 year running the offense, some guys like that, and being in the AAC during a time when the AAC was down. In my opinion, he's a good coach. People are acting like Wisconsin made this phenomenal hire that's going to help them close the gap with Ohio State. I don't think it did. And he showed me that I'll say he showed me that I'm right, because he didn't show me that I'm right. That's going to be determined by the do or don't win games. I'll say this, but he solidified my view of him being a bad hire when he went out and hired Paul Longo as his offensive coordinator. Now listen, I'm not an anti-Paul Longo guy. I like some of the stuff Paul Longo does. I have not wanted him at Notre Dame because I don't think that fits at Notre Dame. I think there's places where Paul Longo would make a lot of sense, right? Not at Wisconsin. You cannot recruit. You're trying to be Ohio State without ever going to having the opportunity to have the talent that Ohio State has.
Yeah.
Ohio State can get away with being a Big Ten team that throws the ball over around the field because they can recruit elite talent. They can recruit like Georgia and
Right.
Alabama and those teams.
Right.
Wisconsin will never do that.
Right.
And you're going to get an offense that requires big-time football players. Phil Longo. I said Paul Longo. Phil Longo. But you need to require. You're going to try to go get big-time players and big-time athletes to run that offense, and you're not going to get those. You're not.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that Paul Chryst didn't make it as a head coach, but that's because of Paul Chryst's ability as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the system that is the problem.
Yeah.
And he kind of, to me, I don't know what he was thinking. I don't call it a panic move because it was clearly thought out move. But for him to be able to look at where he's going to, because what I've always said, Sean, any system can work, but not every system can work at every school. You got to pick a system that you can recruit to. And I'm not convinced that he can recruit the kind of talent you need to run Phil Longo's offense at Wisconsin. There's no evidence of it. You're going to tell me he's going to put the athletes on the field to run that offense? Because here's the thing. That offense sucks if you don't have the right athletes. Because it's not – now maybe Phil Longo changes, but he's never been a guy that ran physical football. He likes to run. Don't get me wrong. He likes to run. They had 2,000-yard running backs 2 years ago. But it was, as I've said, it's a finesse running game. You're not going to have the athletes at all the different positions to run that system.
And maybe they feel like they're going to go opposite and force everyone to react to them in the West. But that's a physical part of the Big Ten. Like they just don't. All the schools on that side of the conference operate at a deficit when it comes to recruiting.
Right.
No, it's hard to recruit to Minnesota. It's hard to recruit to Iowa.
Yeah.
It's hard to recruit to Champaign if you're not pulling kids from Chicago. And I remember when Ron Zook came, he was able to build a pipeline from Florida and get some kids in from Florida and DC and some of the areas that he recruited when he was at Florida as an assistant. Like if you're able to do that, which Brett Bielema has done from his time at Wisconsin, his time in the SEC, he knows coaches. He's establishing pipelines from down there in the South to get some talented players there to supplement the players that he's getting from Illinois, like a Malik Elzy. That's the only way that you can really combat the deficit. Like, who wants to go play football in West Lafayette?
Right.
It's
the underrated kids. Like a buddy of mine was talking about. We were talking about Joe Tiller, and he was like, Joe Tiller did a good job for. I said, no, he didn't. Like meaning he won. Like not that Joe Tiller didn't do a good job, but he's like, no, he won a lot of games. I said, no, he didn't. Joe Tiller won when he had Drew Brees. He did not win when Drew Brees left. Go look at his record.
No,
when Drew Brees left, they had one decent year, and then not because he's not a good football coach.
Cal Orton was his next good year.
Yeah, and he had like that one good year, and then after that, it was like, phew. But even that year, they weren't that good. He struck gold with a generational quarterback, and then some for a place like Purdue, and they were able to win some games and got to a Rose Bowl. But if you look at the second half of his tenure, it was not because Joe Tiller forgot how to coach football. But to your point, I don't care what kind of success you had with Drew Brees, you still were not going to go out there and recruit the best players out there.
No.
And if you don't have that trigger man that could just be insanely good with the football, it's just going to be hard to win.
Yep.
And so maybe he gets some good quarterbacks, but it's just I don't think it's got the skill talent to get there. But the other thing too is that's a state that produces big physical linemen. Because Wisconsin is a really good football state.
It is.
Now, it's not a great football state from the standpoint of it produces 30 Division I players every year, but there's a reason there's like 2 or 3 Wisconsin schools in the Division III playoffs almost every year, right? There's you look at some of the really good teams in the FCS level. There's a lot of kids from Wisconsin from those states, right? And one of the things that Wisconsin has done a good job of in the past, and Bielema did a good job with this, Barry Alvarez was great with this, is they would get a lot of those walk-on type kids, in-state kids, don't pay a lot of money, and you groom them, and then they end up becoming linemen for you. Like that's what you get. You can get those linebackers, D-line, offensive linemen, big physical defensive linemen, and then you got to be able to go to Florida and get the 3-star kids that you develop into. And I mean the true 3-star kids that have some tools, and you develop. You find that occasional Jared Abbrederis and all those type of guys, but you're going to get running backs and linemen. That's what you can get there. And I don't see how they can recruit to this offense unless Phil Longo is going to change. But how often have we seen that?
No, I don't think he's going to change his spots.
No,
I just don't.
I didn't love that hire. I really didn't love that. I mean, not that he's going to be bad, Sean. He's going to do fine. He's going to do okay. But I just don't think he's going to do what a lot of people think he did. I think the team that made the big splash in the offseason with hires that year is Nebraska with Matt Rule. That was the hire that really was impactful.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about Ryan Walters, Sean, to know what kind of hire that was. So, I mean, you may be able to speak on that a little bit. Like, did Purdue make a good hire replacing Braum with Ryan Walters?
Yeah.
I know Ryan likes him a lot.
Yeah, I like him a lot as well. Just the type of person he is, the recruiter he is. He's a fantastic recruiter. Fantastic recruiter. So, Big Ten bloodlines, connections, and people rave about the way he communicates. His players rave about the way he communicates. So those are traits that usually, bear out success as a head coach. Now, I think it's huge for him to get the assistance that he's getting from Drew Brees at this point in time, to kind of, because I think it was a letdown for that fan base when Jeff Brom left. Because Jeff Brom had built up a lot of love in West Lafayette. And it was a letdown. But now with Drew Brees coming back, I think he kind of just held things together and helped Walters come in and have a nice foundation to go out and recruit. I think their defense is going to be really good under Walters. Now, can he go find a quarterback and get an offensive coordinator that he can trust to go ahead and develop the offense?
And that was my question mark.
Yeah.
I don't love Graham Harrell as an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I like where his head is at.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily like the specific hire he made.
Yeah.
But I think the notion of, hey, let's not reinvent the wheel. We have to have a gimmicky offense to be successful here.
Right.
And that's what the air raid is. It's a gimmicky offense. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. It's just, it's what you kind of need.
Yeah.
Right. And Graham Harrell's that. You're not going to recruit. You're not going to be Wisconsin. You're not going to recruit big time offensive linemen and really good running backs. You're going to have to go find that 3-star kid nobody recruited from Texas, and that kid that nobody knew about from New Orleans or Tennessee or Florida or whatever that nobody else is recruiting. Find him and get some athletes on the field that way and have a gimmicky offense. And knowing that there's going to be limitations to just how good you can be. So I thought that was a smart move. Hey, look, this has worked here. This part has worked here. Right? Like from what I've been told about Ryan Walters, this is what makes sense. Don't hurt the one thing that's been good at this school. Try your best to keep that going. Right?
Yeah.
And now you are hired to fix the part that's been broken.
Right.
Or at least it hasn't been where it needs to be. Right? Recruiting wise. And that means number one, recruiting, because Jeff Brom was not a great recruiter. And number two is get the defense to be more disruptive and play well. They had like that one good – this year's Purdue team was okay. When they played in a league without much good offense.
No, was that the COVID year? No,
last year they were really good.
21 they were really good in defense.
Yeah. That's what I said. Last year they were really good. This year they were okay.
Yeah.
Their numbers were inflated by the West wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And they still weren't that good.
Yeah.
But you fixed that side of the ball. Like last year was a bit of an anomaly, Sean, for them defensively. And so fix that side, recruit better, and then, you can kind of go out there and like I said, find that gimmicky offense that can kind of, trick your way into success against the Ohio States and the Michigans.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So at least from what I know there, it made a lot of sense that now again, I don't necessarily love that Graham Harrell's the guy, but maybe Graham Harrell evolves and gets better as a coach and all that. Cause I liked Graham Harrell coming out of North Texas. I didn't think he was very good at USC, but I think what he did at USC would work a lot better at a place like Purdue. So we'll see. But any other of the hires, Sean, before we get out of here that you thought were good or particularly bad or
Mm,
didn't make a lot of
well,
sense?
like I mentioned earlier, I like Tulsa taking a chance on Kevin White.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
that. The USF hire.
The guy from Tennessee, Alex
Yes,
Golesh. Yeah.
yes, I like that hire. The young man getting a chance. That's about it.
My only
That's
concern with
about it.
that is I I feel like they kind of went to the well again with what didn't work last time
Mm,
in hopes that this guy's just better at it because you went and got a young offensive coordinator from a team that's really scores a lot of points at
yeah,
Clemson and Jeff Scott. And now you're who wasn't even the primary play caller, Tony
yeah,
Elliott was,
yeah.
and you're kind of doing the same thing again,
With Tennessee, yeah,
But again, he could just be better, right? I mean, that was my like, it's a bold strategy there. I'm with you though. I do really like the Lance Taylor hire. I've always
hmm
felt Lance Taylor was a head coach, a
yeah,
future head coach. I don't know how long he's going to be there, but I thought it was a good hire. I
yeah.
did.
I agree.
The Tom Herman hire is either going to be brilliant or just blow up. It's going to be one or the other.
Yeah,
He's either going to stop being a you know what and
yeah.
get back to the coach he
Actually,
was at
coach.
Houston,
Yeah,
or he's gonna it's gonna crash and burn.
yeah.
Yeah, that and the other one was that kind of trips me out is man, Scott Satterfield really wanted out of Louisville, didn't he? Like sometimes you're like, you think a situation you have is really bad,
It's
and then you
really
find
bad.
out, like, you know what? I actually had it pretty good, man.
Yeah,
I should have probably not have hated that last job I had so much.
yeah.
You're going to Cincinnati as they're getting ready to go to the Big 12. Really? A guy from the Carolinas is going to be recruiting in the Queen City in Ohio as they get ready to go play in the Big 12.
Man, good luck.
What?
Good luck with that.
What? Like I lost a lot of respect for that guy over the last couple of years. Just how he conducted
Conducting
himself
himself
and
in certain situations. Yeah,
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 yeah. I mean, if you don't like the job that much, then leave. It's almost like he was borderline bad mouthing his own program at times. It just was really weird. And then his comments about Notre Dame this year before the game, who were they getting ready to play late in the year? It was Clemson. And you're like, seriously, dude? Like, are you purposely trying to piss Clemson off so that they go out and smash you?
right.
Is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to get yourself fired? Is it, well, this is still the same team that lost to Marshall and Stanford. Bro, you lost to Boston College. Like you should probably not run your mouth about teams with bad. You lost but to Syracuse 31-7. Should probably shut your pie hole about, this is still the same team that insert, dumb loss.
Oh boy.
Just stuff like that was just like, dude, what are you doing? Are you just that guy or are you like doing this on
No,
purpose?
he comes across as that guy.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
comes across as that guy.
Yeah. So not a fan. Not a fan. So anyway, Sean, that's a
Let's
fun
see,
show.
Notre Dame just offered another wide receiver from Ohio. Okay.
Okay, who was that? 24, can I take it?
Yeah, Dorian Brew.
Okay. Oh, the 25 kid that was on campus today at junior
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. That's about how early you got to get on kids from Ohio if you want to have a chance of getting them as skill players.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? If Ohio State's going to be on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So, yep. So, anything else, Sean, that you want to kind of add as the on this stuff before we roll out of here?
No, that's it.
Under 4 hours, man. Jeez Louise.
Oh,
What's
I
going
don't know,
on?
man. We must.
Run
This
run
is
out
an
of stuff to talk
efficient
about
day.
today.
Oh, we still have the questions.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we do have a couple. We do have a couple questions over here. Yeah, you're right. I have a couple here from Joe Pineda. Good afternoon. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. Joe says, "Good afternoon, guys. Any news why Justin is committing at the end of the month and how the Chicago Blitz went?" So we did talk a lot about the Chicago Blitz, but Sean, I want to give you a chance to kind of specifically speak to why he did this, why he's making the decision now.
Well, I think his overall mindset was he was ready to get things over with, and I think, some things that happened in the last couple of days kind of sped up that process for him.
Mhm.
you know, pretty much. That's what it comes down to. And his birthday's at the end of the month, so he settled on that day, and he'll make his decision.
Yeah. And then Jojo also had another super chat. Says, sounds like junior day went great according to the boards. Any more news you can share? Enjoy the weekend. Well, it didn't go great. It's still going.
Yeah,
So it's not over yet at this
yeah.
point in time. So
Which is, man, it's I don't know if it's genius or they just fell that way. Like to have the junior kids coming in and then have the 23 kids reporting.
well, I think that's partly why, Sean, that they had a smaller day and it was a lot of commits.
Mm,
So I think so. I believe this is the first time all 7 commits have been together on campus
wow. And the 24 class.
in 24 class.
Okay.
So you get a chance because now this is the foundation of our class,
Right.
right? Let's get them in here with a couple other select players that we like. And there were some other kids they wanted to get on campus, but they
Right.
chose to go other places or couldn't come
Right.
because of like basketball, like Marquise and
Right.
Justin Scott, for example. Get the commits on campus together. Get them with some kids that you'd like to add to the class and try to solidify that foundation. And then
Yeah.
your next junior day is when you try to bring in all the bigger,
Big
the
guys.
big time guys, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't think it's coincidence they did it this weekend because the staff knew that here's another reason why it was smaller is because there's nobody on campus this weekend.
Hmm.
School doesn't start yet. So the
Yeah.
students aren't back yet.
Yeah.
But all the 23 kids are on campus, going to be on the early enrollees are going to be on campus today.
Right.
I do believe it was intentional to get them on campus this weekend.
Yeah.
For those 2 reasons. Get the commits together, try to seal a couple of kids that try to close the deal on a couple kids on campus today.
Yeah.
Peyton Pierce and Bryce Young and maybe the
Yeah.
Smith twins, guys like that, right? Try to seal the deal. And then next time is the uncommitted kids. But now, because a lot of these kids that are on campus today are somewhat local, CJ's local, Cam's local, some of those guys are, Carson Hobbs. I mean, kid drove himself up today in a BMW. You know what I mean? Like he can hop in a car and drive up himself to there's a lot of those
You
kids in
know
this
what?
class.
I can't even hate because I think my parents.
You just, I think, muted
Oh,
yourself on the mic. Say that again.
I said, man, my parents trusted me in high school to drive up to Michigan for
Oh,
3 hours. So
I'm not hating on him at all.
yeah, yeah,
I
I
love
can't.
it.
Yeah,
I love it. I mean,
yeah,
he drove up and he's just like, he's chilling. He was the first kid that walked by the people, the media. We were there taking photos. He's the first guy that kind of smiled and like did like a little sign and posed a little bit. You're like, leave it to a cornerback to be the other kids
Oh,
like look away
he's
and look down. And
he's a
he's got a lot
character.
of
He's a
personality, man.
character. Yeah, he's a character.
Got a
You can see it
lot of
already.
personality.
Yeah,
Yeah. A lot of personality. So, and which I really liked. I mean, I like the kid, man. He's got some raw tools he's got to develop and all that, but he's definitely got the personality for cornerback. There's no doubt about that. So he seemed to have some fun today, for sure. And getting him in this class was there too. So you've got some, and some of the kids aren't local. Jack Larson's not local, so I mean
yeah,
he's not gonna be up as much. Neas Williams is not local. He's not going to be, Missouri's, if he stays in Missouri, he's somewhat local-ish, but he can't come up like every home game.
yeah,
But you get these guys together, though, and say, hey, let's coordinate. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling and then get on campus with the Drake Bowens and the Jaden Alsburys and the Braylon Jameses and the Jaden Greathouses and those kind of guys and say, hey, look, this is the foundation of our future. These are our first 2 full recruiting classes under Coach Freeman.
hmm
Right? These right here. You guys are the foundation. It's up to you to establish the culture we're trying to establish. Because I really think that Coach Freeman saw the lack of buy-in this year from some in the older classes as something that he has to really fix. And the way you fix that is with the younger guys, more so even than trying to convince the older guys to buy in. Fix it with the younger guys. Right?
yeah,
Because then you can kind of get the older guys to buy in because, hey, if you don't buy in, I'm going to play him. You know what I mean?
yeah,
He's bought in. And so I think that's why it was very important to get those classes as much as you could on campus together.
yeah.
In numbers that you just haven't had with the 24 kids in a while.
Right.
Like, because I'm trying to think. Like, I think there was one of those kids missing. I think one of the commits was missing in the Clemson game.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Like, they weren't all there for Clemson and Boston College when a lot of them were. So I think that this is the first time they've all 7 been together at the same time. Could be wrong, but I believe it has. And especially this intimate of a situation where if they were together, it would have been like the Clemson game where it's
Yeah.
like, dude, there's like
Yeah.
60 recruits there and they had a game to
Mhm.
play and all that kind of stuff. So it was important. Next super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Man, I'm excited. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Charlie. Some of these recruits are huge. Get them in the weight room and wow. Also, my opinion on Bryce. Bryce Change. Bryce Young. Add him with other dogs. What's your thoughts on Bryce Young? Because I think I'm right now. I think I'm in the minority here. I'm on an island a little bit with the rest of the IB staff so far with Bryce Young.
No, I always trust pedigree.
Mm-hmm.
I remember talking about Joe Alt when he committed, and I was like, "Yo, if he adds weight, I think he's going to be pretty good." I remember having that discussion because I believed in who his dad was, and the one thing I said is if he has to go to tackle, he's going to know how to play the position, and he's going to know how to handle himself. And that's almost like the same thing you see with Steph Curry just hanging around Dale Curry and Seth Curry. It's like when you're part of it and you hang around it, there are certain things that you pick up intangibly and via DNA that just pretty much cause you to be a success. Corey Robinson. You look at Corey Robinson, you would think, okay, that's David Robinson's son. Da, da, da. He played basketball. Corey Robinson was a pretty good player, dude. Like he just decided to take life into a totally different direction to be successful with that. When you have that type of pedigree, I'm willing to bet on that.
Yeah, in the frame though, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing. It's not like when you look at like Michael Jordan's kids,
Mm-hmm. They never, they didn't.
they
They,
didn't look like they were Michael Jordan. Meaning like
no.
this kid towers over his dad, right?
Yeah.
His dad was a 6'3", 300-pound defensive tackle in the NFL, and this kid towers over his dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and you see the broad shoulders and the big head and the big feet and the big hands. You're like, this kid's going to grow. You take a flyer on that.
Yeah.
Now here's again what I said the other day. You don't take 4 of him or 3 of him or even 2 of him
Yeah.
on the defensive line. Take 1 of him and then try to recruit
Yeah.
the Justin Scotts and the TJ Lindsays and the guys with the higher floors and the higher ceilings.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But I got no problem. I would be totally fine if they took Bryce Young.
I'm right there with you.
And even if Bryant Young would have played at Nebraska or Texas and had the same career, it's not because necessarily he was a Notre Dame great. It's that he was an elite athlete and elite player. He wasn't just like a strong guy.
Yeah.
He was an elite talent.
Yeah.
No matter where he played.
Yeah.
The fact that it's a Notre Dame pedigree, that makes it more emotionally satisfying.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't factor into whether you offer the kid or not.
No.
Is the DNA there? I don't care about where your dad played. It's your pedigree. It's his pedigree of his athletic tools and skill that matters to me. David Prevost with a super chat. Thank you, David. He says, agree with two. Okay. Thoughts on Lightfoot, size and skill. So what are your thoughts on Marquise Lightfoot? I shared mine earlier. What are your thoughts on Marquise Lightfoot?
Oh, well, you pointed out, so I forgot who you pointed out. But the first thing I remember when I was watching the sophomore film, right? And I'm like, dude, this dude is long.
Mm-hmm.
And like he just finds a way. You know how you watch film and someone just finds the ball, just has a nose for the ball and chases things down sideline to sideline. That was the first thing I liked about, right? And he was a rail. I knew he would get better. I knew once he put some weight on, some strength on, it would improve his game. So when I watched him, I saw upside. He was somebody I was excited about because I was projecting him to put on some weight. He's going to be long. He's probably going to grow a little bit more and get to that 6'4", 6'5" range. And he already has long arms. And now I think in the Kenwood program, I think he took a jump in his junior year, I think he's going to take an even greater jump in his senior year. And you can see what the offers that are now rolling in on the kid. He just picked up a Penn State offer. And he's going to continue to pick up even more offers because I think people see the improvement in his junior year. And I expect him to get even better in his senior year. I think he's just going to be that type of kid. He's going to get better year by year, no matter where he goes. And ultimately, he's probably going to end up playing in the NFL for about 6 to 7 years and just be a solid, solid player, drop linebacker, a 3-4 set. He has that ability. I don't think a lot of people know that he has that ability because a lot of his film, I don't
He
know.
doesn't do it a lot. Yeah.
I don't know. No, they just don't show it.
Oh, he does it
That's,
on. He does
yeah,
it in games. So
yeah. That's
okay.
why I'm like, man, I don't see a lot of that in his film. He drops into coverage a lot for Kenwood. So whoever's piecing together his highlights, like throw a little something in there so people can see his versatility because he moves a lot better than most people probably think if you watch him live.
Let's go to the next super chat here from Relly Q. Sean and Brian, how do you feel and where's your headspace at with the finish to the season and going into the offseason compared to the last staff? Areas of improvement or where it could be better? So, first of all, thank you, Relly Q, for the super chat. One thing I'll say is, Sean, I would like to kind of take the last part of the question and say
Mm-hmm.
at 3.5 hours in, I don't necessarily want to get into that because we both did multiple shows this week, kind of looking back at the season and
Yeah.
where it can get better. So we did our State of the Union or State of the Program shows this week at our breakdown. I would encourage you to go back and look at those. We really died just because, and the only reason I'm not trying to disrespect you or dismiss your question, but it's just like there's no way I can do as good of a job, kind of giving you all that information and thoughts and feelings in a 2-minute answer that I could give that we gave in 2 very long shows diving
Mm-hmm.
into it. And I know, Sean, you guys had several shows that weren't quite State of the Union, was a just like a little bit different format, but similar topics,
Yeah.
kind of looking forward to it a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, first part of the question though, Sean,
Okay.
how do you feel? Where's your headspace at with the finish to the season, kind of going into the offseason compared to last year?
Um, Let me tell you something that I did see. Jalen Sneed is going to be a problem if he gets stronger coming off the edge. I watched the Gator Bowl in its entirety again last night. And I didn't notice in the fourth quarter how many times they allowed him to rush off the edge. And every time he would get there and it would be his strength. He would have the edge on the tackle and he just couldn't hold it. He couldn't hold he wasn't strong enough to hold the tackle off just a little bit and make that turn to get to the quarterback. And then he would have the tackle set up for an inside move, and he would try to go inside, and he would slip. Like he slipped at least 3 times on a pass rush. Like when he got the penalty, the phantom. I still don't know what that penalty was for a personal foul in the fourth quarter. But he has the edge on the guy, and he slips, trying to hold him off and turn the corner. So the stronger he gets, he's going to be a pass rush asset that I really wasn't even anticipating, from him because I'm like, okay, if he plays Rover, I like him in coverage. And Thomas Harper, new nickel safety, did a great job of explaining when we asked him about the Gator Bowl, saying, look, I love the defense and what they did because South Carolina just did a lot of window dressing and eye stuff in the first half, slipping the tight end out and doing some other things that were effective. And then once he said which I liked, he was like, once we got control of that, we pretty much controlled what they were able to do offensively. So, and this was with him, Jalen Sneed, really not knowing where he's supposed to be, what he was really doing. But it was interesting that you saw his talent when he was just told to line up, go rush the quarterback. That was an aspect that I saw in the fourth quarter. I was like, oh man, okay. So now if we're adding him to the conversation of Josh Burnham, Botello, him in certain situations. Now I see why they feel pretty confident about that outside linebacker Viper situation from a pass rush standpoint, and then adding Junior and some other guys to the big end. I think for me, I'm super excited. I would say I can't wait until um, the weekend of the pro day and the first spring practice. Like I'm more excited now than ever, and like I love recruiting. I'm gonna love January 31st. I think most people are gonna love January 31st in the fan base. But I'm here to tell you, man, if I could fast forward to like the middle of March and that pro day, and then that next first practice on that Saturday, I'm ready. I'm ready to watch these dudes after coming away from Matt Bayless. I'm ready to watch these sophomores do the damn thing. Excuse my French.
Mhm.
I'm ready to watch them do the damn thing. Man. I've been telling Ryan like, bro, we definitely might be the first ones in the building that day.
Mhm.
Like because my anticipation to just see like I don't think people understand. The quarterback battle last year really wasn't a battle. I don't care what people
Right.
tell me. This is going to be a battle. And I think they know who they want. Tyler's going to make it a battle.
Yeah.
He's going to make it a battle. And we get the privilege of watching Kung Fu Kenny throw the ball too. Man, let me
Did
tell
you
you
say
something, man.
did you say Kung Fu Kenny?
I call him Kung Fu Kenny. That's what I call him. I call him Kung Fu Kenny.
What where did that come from?
Because I think as a freshman, he's just gonna kick the door down.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's gonna kick the door down. I think by the second half of the, I think Kenny Minchie is gonna. I think he's gonna be pretty good. I think. Look, man, I'm telling you, I'm excited. I don't know about you. I don't know about anybody else, but I just think, man, I think the dude is. I, man, I'm excited. That's how I characterize this off season. This an exciting off season. There's a reason why the people are talking national championship. It's a reason. Like they really believe they have a legitimate shot at a
Yeah.
national championship. So
Yeah. That's
I mean,
that's that's all good stuff, Sean.
do they have questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
Everybody does.
Yeah. I,
Here's my thing on it, Sean. It's just such a different. Where's my headspace? It's a completely different place than it was a year ago. I mean, a year ago there was all the excitement of Marcus Freeman being hired, but there was
yeah.
also so much unknown. Who was going to be this? Who's going to do that? How would he be?
Mm, mm, mm.
And now you look at it. I mean, did we even know who the defensive coordinator was going to be at this time a year ago? I mean, there's still hires that weren't
No.
even made yet a year ago at
Yeah.
this time.
Yeah.
We didn't know that Dylan McCullough was going to be on the staff this time a year ago because at the time Lance Taylor was still on staff. He
Yeah.
didn't leave till later. John McNulty was still on staff. So I mean, the coaching staff we see now just wasn't here. Now it's year two. Now it's about building and growing and developing and doing all those kind of things. And so my headspace is a completely different space. It's now more of like, okay, he's here. He's established a foundation. Now let's see him build on it and see if we can take that next step.
Mhm.
Now it's about like who you're going to hire as opposed. Now it's like, okay, are you going to make any changes? Are you going to adapt to this, alter that? So there's that aspect of it. But I mean, I'm excited about this team. It's just it's a different energy level now. It's not better, worse, more or less. It's just different. Now it's like, okay, he's here. He showed as a first year head coach that he can handle the pressure that comes with Notre Dame.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And that was the one question that I don't care how big of a Marcus Freeman supporter you were, you couldn't
Yeah.
answer that question honestly because no one
Mhm.
knew.
Yeah.
Just like you could, if you were an anti-Marcus Freeman, you couldn't tell me definitively that he wasn't going to be able to handle it because you didn't know
You
either.
didn't know
No
either.
one could.
Yeah.
And you say, boy, you started having some question marks early in the season, but it's almost kind of like the way the season started and then the loss of Stanford almost was the time where you really got that answer given where he
Yeah.
may not win at Notre Dame for a host of reasons. It won't be because he can't handle the pressure of being at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He handled that incredibly well.
Yeah.
You know, his press conferences when things didn't go well tended to be kind of better than the ones when things were going well,
Yeah.
you know? And so the way you bounce back as a team and you finish and then you lose the USC game and you don't have Fosk, you don't have Ademiyola, you don't have Mayer, and that
Mhm.
team comes out ready to play. And then guess what? You still fall behind 21-7 and then bounce back. Like it just showed me. And then how, if you looked at his facial expression after the end of 21-7, he was annoyed like heck,
Yeah.
but he didn't lose his composure, didn't lose his cool.
Mhm.
Just like, hey, what are you doing? Right.
Right.
Like, and then you see like his halftime speech, like, stop beating yourself. Stop. Notre Dame's beating Notre Dame right now. But it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this. It was, hey, we're right there,
Right.
you know, and it
Right.
was just like a poise, but you saw him like early in the year, he's very calm and all this other kind
Yeah.
of stuff. And it's like, and he's never going to be a crazy rah guy,
Yeah.
but he started to let more emotion show
Mhm.
at the end of the year.
Yeah.
You know, and again, not a yeller, not a screamer, not a, you know, make people, but just more of like a, hey,
Yeah.
you know, let me talk to the refs. Let me do this. Let me do that.
Yeah.
And usually when things don't go well, guys start kind of getting a little paranoid about every little thing. How's my perception? How's this? I got to say the right thing I do. And he just kind of like, you know what, we're losing, so I'm just going to go be me. And
Yeah.
if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose being me, as I
Yeah.
mentioned earlier. And that showed me something about him being able to handle the pressure. So now I'm not worried about that. Now I'm worried about, can you make the right decisions in your coaching staff? Can you look at what happened this year and say, okay, how do we fix that? And can you push the right buttons?
Yeah.
Normal coaching stuff.
Yeah.
And so now we learned that. But some of the big picture things, the big picture items that are really important to being successful at Notre Dame, even if you can do all those other pushing buttons things, is can you handle the pressure at Notre Dame? And to me, at least in a year of what we know so far, he did.
Yeah. I think for me, it's just the quality of this staff on many levels to be able to identify certain things. That's why I'm so excited. And that's what I'm saying. Dude, like I watched the game last night just to go with your point, and he does his interview after the game, and then they go back to the commentators and they're talking and they're showing the Notre Dame players putting their hats on and everything. And then they go to the shot, and it's Marcus Freeman with his hand on Tyler Buckner's shoulder, just for like 15, 20 seconds, just talking to him. And you could tell whatever he was saying, it was just like, I told you. It was like along the
Mhm.
lines you felt like, I told you. Way to hang in there. Hit him on the back of his head. I'm proud of you. Like those moments, it's like, yeah, he is getting buy-in. We know it. At some point, maybe a year down the line, certain things we might be able to talk about and reveal. But you understand, like the
Right.
buy-in you saw in the Gator Bowl, it was a task to get to that,
Right.
to the full buy-in. And he has it. He definitely has it from the 23 class. And he has, man, I'll tell you one thing, from all the transfers we've had a chance to talk to, they believe.
Yeah.
Like they're excited.
You know, it's kind of funny you mentioned that moment with Tyler after the game.
Mhm.
I think the moment that showed me something was how he was with Tyler after the pick six that allowed
Oh
South
yeah, to
Carolina to
tie it
tie
up.
the game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He was stern with Tyler,
Mhm.
but he let Tyler talk. There was communication, and it was you know, talk to me, you
Mhm.
know, but it was not a, because you remember some of the facial expressions that Kelly would have. It's like when the guy, it's just like the,
Right, right,
you know, just he didn't have to say a word for him to just like MF you and your entire family.
right.
You know what I mean? He didn't have to say a word. It's just his face let you know that he just thought you were the worst human being on the planet. And it was just like it was a calm, it was a dialogue. It was like, and then you saw Tyler like, yeah, this is what I saw and I should have done this. And he was like, yeah, okay, yeah, see, you know, now go out and do it.
Go do it.
And it was that calm of
Mhm.
Tyler's already pissed at himself. He knew he screwed up.
Yeah.
Now the play call was bad, right? But Tyler's not going to come off the sideline and
And
say
say that.
it's a dumb play call. He's going to come off the sideline like, I knew if it wasn't there, I was supposed to throw it away.
Right.
right? Because that's what when you design a play like that, it's supposed to be like, hey, here's what we're looking to do. If it's not there,
Throw it away or
hit the
run.
check down or
Yeah.
right. And he didn't do that. But
Right.
it doesn't excuse the call. But it's we're looking at it from Tyler's standpoint. I should have done this, and Marcus like, yeah, you got it. But like coming off and making sure that the correction was made. Because when a quarterback throws a pick like that, you say, hey, shake it off, buddy, pat him on the butt. That's not coaching.
Yeah.
That's being a cheerleader.
Right.
You're not a cheerleader, you're a coach. What happened? Talk to me. What'd you see?
Right.
Why'd you see this? What's going on? And then when the quarterback establishes that he knew what he did wrong, then you say, okay, now, you got this. Now here's what we need you to do. Go back out there. We're going to get another crack at this. Let's go do this thing. Instead of MF this and, getting in your face and screaming and all that kind of stuff. And it just showed a poise of he knew the magnitude of this game. You could see it from his facial expression after the game that he was like, this was a big win.
Yeah.
But within the game, there was never that.
No.
There was never that when they fell behind, that lose your mind on the sidelines moment. There was also never that stagnant, I don't know what to do.
Right.
That we saw at times from the previous head coach when things were going wrong.
Right.
He either lost his stuff or just stared there blankly like, I don't know what to do. Like, remember the bowl game against the Cotton Bowl game against Clemson?
Yeah.
And they started falling behind. He just kind of stood there like, I don't know what to do. Like there wasn't either one of those things.
Yeah.
And so to me, you see that and you're like, okay, he understands how to communicate in the heat of the game without letting the magnitude of the game impact his reactions to his players.
Yeah. Yeah.
That showed me something. Now that's fine, but that doesn't win you a championship. That's a part of it. Now you got to show me that you can make some of the tough staff choices. You've got to show me that you can make personnel changes. You've got to show me that you can alter how you go about your business because, hey, we did this and it worked, but we did this and it didn't work. How can we adapt? How can we change? Putting your finger on the pulse because no coach that wins just keeps doing it the same way every year.
Yeah.
You got to adapt and evolve and still keep your foundation, but evolve how you get to it. Yeah. Can he do those things? Now that's the next step. And I think that's kind of my excitement of this offseason, Sean, is when you've got a young coach and a new coach and a new staff, you're always learning something about him. Okay, we learned this. Here's the good things we learned. Here's the bad things we learned.
Yeah.
Now let's learn how he changes and adapts and evolves. And I think that's kind of my excitement of this season.
Yeah.
But I also love the fact that they went after the transfers they went after because you're going after those guys, especially Sam Hartman, not because you have holes to fill. They have plenty of big end options. They have plenty of Viper options. They have plenty of nickel corner slot options. So why get those guys and stunt the development of the other players? You've got quarterbacks. You don't need a transfer quarterback. Why do you doing that? Because they feel this team's got a shot to do something. He's putting pressure on himself. And that says like he's not worried about that because that's just what I'm supposed to do. This is Notre Dame. Just like when he was at Ohio State. I'm at Ohio State. We're supposed to compete for championships. Rose Bowl's nice, but we're supposed to be in the BCS game. So you prepare to get there. And it's the same thing here. I'm at Notre Dame. We're supposed to do it was nice we went to the Gator Bowl, but we're going to go win a championship next year. Instead of saying, hey, look, because you know how Brian Kelly would handle this offseason. Lost a lot of good players. We did this, we did that. We're gonna go out there and compete, and championship's always a standard, but insert next 10 excuses and reasons why you're not going to go win a championship. But wait till next year. Marcus is like, no. There's a portal out there that gives us opportunities to maybe fill a couple holes that we couldn't otherwise do. So let's go fill them. Because I think this team could be really good. And that's the way you go with it. So that encourages me. But now we got to find out if he can push the buttons to get there, right? And that's the thing that's going to be exciting about this offseason for me, Sean, as we learn that. And then, like I said, the other part of your super chat we appreciate. I'd say just go listen to those shows. I thought they were really good and a lot of fun. So get to those. Got a super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Elephant in the room. Owen Wafel, Justin Scott, TJ Lindsey, the Smith twins, Bryce Young, Lightfoot. At what point is it we can't take all these guys, or can they? I mean, that's 7 defensive linemen. They can't take all those guys.
Well,
I mean,
look, this is where you talked about it earlier. Like getting Scott gives you flexibility because of his ability to do a lot of different things. Now, how do you want to put that board together, right?
Mhm.
Because you're not just hammering him into one spot. Like, because if you get him, are you, from a depth standpoint, saying, okay, we can count him into as part of every spot on the defensive line? Or are you just saying, okay, he's going to be here? Or he's going to be a big end and he's going to be a 3 technique for us. So that gives us the ability to not go after another 3 technique or another big end, and maybe we can go somewhere else. So I think just the combination of having Wayful, and if they get a guy like Justin Scott, it's going to be interesting how they go about. Whether it's the Smith twins and Bryce Young and
TJ Lindsey,
Lindsey.
Lightfoot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting how they use the combinations to build up the D line.
My question here, Sean, is there's some good football players in there, but outside of
Mhm.
Justin Scott, are you really bringing enough impact players? Like that, are going to be impact players? That would be my only question. Like if you get
Um,
Scott, like at what point do you say, hey, look, let's save a spot to shoot for a big fish or something, right? That's the other question mark you have to have too. Another big fish, I should say. And that's the problem is there's a lot of quality potential in that group, but
yeah,
outside of Scott, it's and maybe the other Smith kid, maybe, but like he probably of that group has the most high ceiling floor combination of the
yeah,
group.
yeah,
TJ Lindsey, I
yeah,
think, would be a really good football player
yeah,
as a nose,
yeah.
and he'd be a guy that I like. Him and
Yeah.
the Polynesian kid from whose name I can't
Going to
pronounce.
IMG.
That's going to
Yeah, from
IMG from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Like I love those 2 kids at nose
Yeah,
tackle. Give
yeah,
me one of those 2, and I'm calling it a day at nose tackle.
yeah,
And then it's like, okay, then what do you do? Right? That's the question mark. So I'm
yeah,
just not quite sure how
yeah,
to handle that. But yeah, I mean, but look, it's not an elephant in the room. It's a good problem to have. I mean, you've got a lot of quality football players on the list. You've just got to make some tough decisions on who you will and won't take and kind of go from there. But like
yeah.
if it was a thing where like, okay, you can't get Justin Scott without Marquise Lightfoot, then okay, take Marquise Lightfoot.
Well, I don't think that's
It's not this. It's not the
okay,
situation. I'm just saying, like,
but
if you get into that situation, but it's
but
because that's the case with the Smith twins.
yeah,
Let's say you liked one a lot more than the other. Well, if you want one, you got to take the
you
other.
gotta take the other. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm going with that one, Sean. So yeah, we'll see.
It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah,
It's gonna be interesting. I do think there's a big fish to come
right.
as well, because you
And
know
that's why
how it
you
is.
don't rush getting those guys, Sean.
Right, right.
Get Justin Scott
Hmm.
and maybe add a couple guys, and then go from there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that's that's kind of where I'm at. So. All right, let's get to Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. How much of a snowball effect will Justin Scott committing to Notre Dame have on the rest of the Chicago recruiting? So first of all, let's actually wait until he actually does that, because that's, Sean's a little bit more confident about that than I am. I just,
I don't. Well, I
I,
mean, I don't. I don't think. I mean, it'll give it a little bump. I mean, the buzz is the buzz.
right. So what you're saying, Sean, is Notre Dame doesn't need
No,
a snowball effect in Chicago.
no. The
If
buzz
they
is the
don't get
buzz.
Justin Ross, but they want or Justin Scott, they want all those other kids. They're going to get all those other kids, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
it's
saying?
still. I mean, dude, they got one in the fold
Right.
in 24, right? I would venture to say that they land minimum 3 out of the 4. I'll say minimum 3 out of 4.
Okay. And that's
That's Dupree,
Dupree,
Lightfoot.
Scott, Williams. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
minimum 3 out of the 4.
Okay. All right. Let's go to this. We got 2 more left here. Michael Kostrup says, which position has the best chance to be taken over by a freshman next year, purely by the freshman being better? And he asks if linebacker. So,
No,
which
it won't be
position has a
linebacker.
chance? Which position has a chance where a freshman is going to come in and take over, kind of like Benjamin Morrison? You had a returning starter there.
Are they counting redshirt freshmen?
I think he's just true
A
freshman.
true freshman? Okay.
Yeah. I think the positions where that could happen, right guard, Charles Jagasaw.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receiver with Greathouse or Braylon James, but I'm not betting on that.
Right.
Not betting on that. But if one of those guys has
Yeah.
um, I could see Christian Gray potentially forcing his way into a nickel role,
Mm-hmm.
especially if Thomas Harper's needed more at safety.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
could see that. And
Or if that just makes you better having Thomas Harper as safety because Christian Gray.
then there's some interchangeableness
Yes.
there
Yes.
because Christian could roll, play center field, things
Right.
like that. Right.
Right.
Right. It's a good point. It's a good point, Sean. And then the only other one for me is I could see a Boubacar, a Brennan Vernon, a Devin Houston just being a little bit further along than I thought they'd be by the time we get to fall camp and just saying, hey, I got this. Thanks for playing, but I got this.
Yeah.
I'm not predicting it. I'm just saying like those are the ones that I could see. Ideally, you don't want a ton of freshmen starting, right? But if Charles Jagasaw forces his way in the starting lineup, will I be surprised? Not really.
No.
I'm not predicting it, but not really.
No.
Will I be surprised if Jaden Greathouse kind of says, hey, by the end of the year, you might want to play me more than everybody else? No,
Yeah.
I'm not predicting it, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Right.
Same thing with Christian Gray. Would I be surprised if Christian Gray by the end of the year is like, okay, you need to play me more? No, I'm not predicting it, but it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
The only position where I think where I like linebacker is the one a lot of people think, but I think that's because people are dismissing the current freshman class.
Yeah.
Like you don't just got to beat out Maris Luafau. You got to beat out Maris Luafau, Prince Collie, and Nolan Ziegler.
Yeah.
That's not going to be easy to do. And Jalen Sneed potentially as a will as well. Yeah. That's not going to be easy to do.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy to do.
I think, but Christian Gray's value goes more. We don't like saying this, but I mean, Cam Hart has had a tendency,
right,
to get injured.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So you have your nickel guy, a veteran nickel guy, and Thomas Harper. So now your true freshman does not have to come in and play nickel like Jaden Mickey had to play this year. So now, Mickey probably backs up one guy, but then Christian, both you have Mickey and Christian Gray basically if Cam Hart goes down.
Right.
And that's the depth.
And we didn't even mention the kid that runs a low 4.3 just because he needs a lot of technical work. Right.
But talent wise,
yeah. And in the nickel, you could protect him with some of that. I mean, so there's kids that, but to me, that speaks volumes to the talent of this returning roster because there's not a lot of positions where what I think is a top 5 recruiting class doesn't have a whole lot of spots for guys to come in and
to break through,
push guys aside. Because that was the question, right? Is where they just push not injury or but just poor play, but just because that guy's so good. That's what the question is, right? And if Jagasaw starts this year at guard just because he's just better than everybody else, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
If Christian Gray forces his way onto the field just because he's better than everybody else, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And you just don't want to play guys because you have to.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. That's where I'm at. So good question. Very good question. So that is so. And then Milton Fan with a super chat. He just said, "How good of a recruiter is Marcus Freeman? Please elaborate." The context of that is he was asking us to just get back to talking about how great Marcus Freeman was because he was enjoying it so much. But he's a heck of a recruiter. Yep, heck of a recruiter. Here's something that's interesting is because he had to invest so much time in the end of the season, finishing on the 23 class. He had so many kids that were either wavering or just trying to even some kids that weren't necessarily wavering on not committing, but they weren't necessarily going to sign in December. And then you've got the transfer portal and all those, the bowl game, all that different stuff. He and the rest of the staff weren't really diving into 24. I think the way that they had thought they were going to be able to when they had got the last class all locked up.
Right.
So in some ways, this staff is just now really diving into 24. And I'm very curious to see the impact that that's going to have because people are maybe thinking, well, they've lost some momentum and stuff like that. I was like, let's see about that. I'm not quite sure about that. I could see things heating back up real fast now that the 24 class is all they have to worry about. Because in the last couple of years, getting the freshmen early enrollees, you've got to make sure they're all squared away. There's a lot that has this December, January period for coaches has become insane with all the different things they have to juggle.
Yeah.
games, early signing period, the transfer portal, school starting again in Jan. It's nuts, man. It's nuts how much these guys have on their plates. But I have a feeling that once Coach Freeman is able to really get in there and start saying, okay, now you're my only focus.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people talk about Okoye. I don't see that one happening. We'll get into that down the road, but I don't see the Okoye one happening.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't see that one happening. And then Eric Takaki says, can you see a freshman making an impact at kick returner or punt returner? I could. Yeah. Would I be shocked if at some point in time your kick returners are Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love side by side? Wouldn't shock me. Could I see Jeremiah Love or Micah Bell heck, Micah Bell is a kick returner potentially too with his speed. I don't know if I ideally like that, but
Right.
if Chris Tyree's got more of a full-time role at running back and they're using him properly, I wouldn't mind taking kick return off of his plate.
I would actually. Hey, I think the best returner out of the 23 class is Caleb Smith, in my opinion. From
Punt
the film
returner?
I've watched,
Yeah.
he's the best punt
I was going
returner.
to get to him too.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's an option. Jaden Greathouse in sort of the Michael Floyd role.
Mm-hmm.
Field it, and then if you can make something, because he's got that strong make you miss kind of ability.
Yeah.
Caleb Smith is another one.
Yeah.
I said Jeremiah Love. I wouldn't be shocked about that, because the other thing too about a kick returner, that second guy's got to be able to go block on somebody if he doesn't get the ball. So that's yeah, I could see that. It's kick returner, punt returner. I mean,
don't sleep on Jabron Payne, who was getting a lot of run. He was back on a couple of kickoffs.
Last couple games of the year.
Yeah.
But I'd count him as a sophomore for the intent purpose of
that's
this
right.
article.
They did say freshman. I'm sorry.
But to your point though, I mean, there's options there.
Yeah.
And that's why I would like to see Chris Tyree get more touches on offense, then take away some of his
special
kick
teams
return stuff.
Yeah.
And that's how you break Jadarian Price in, would be how I would look at it.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's going to be some guys there. But there's no one that's just, okay, I'm taking this job over. I think, and I would say punt returner might be a little bit more open than kick returner. Because kick returner, to me, if it's not Chris Tyree, for me, it'd be Jadarian Price if he's healthy.
We already know who the safe pick at punt return is. So.
Right. You just had to.
I'm just saying.
You had to. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Brian Mason does not strike me as the kind of guy that's going to go with the safe bet there for very long.
No.
They're going to want to get a guy back there. And that's why with the way that they returned it this year, the way that they had Brandon Joseph, that's why I would not be shocked if Jaden Greathouse is back there as a punt returner.
Hey, I predicted they were taking at least 3 back this year.
Yeah.
Based upon what I saw. I just felt like Brandon Joseph wasn't elusive enough.
Right.
But he had room a lot of times.
Oh yeah. So and Jaden Greathouse had like 4 or 5 punt returns, big punt returns this year. Because here's the thing, he'll field the ball. He's got great hands. He's strong, means he can make that first guy miss. He's got really good vision.
Yeah.
And so he could easily do what Joseph did.
Yeah.
And again, especially if your veterans are playing really well at receiver and it's harder for him to maybe crack the early rotation, that's a great way to get him some early playing time and help him kind of get into a comfortable role. So I could see him doing that as well. I part of me with Caleb Smith, the freshman Caleb Smith, I usually don't like redshirting freshmen. He's one that I would consider. Just because I do think he needs some time to, grow and consider, hey, look, man, let's save this year and space you out a little bit, and you're gonna be a heck of a player, because I think Caleb Smith has a chance to be a really good football. The freshman this is going to be really confusing for a year.
Yeah, I think
Texas Caleb Smith has a chance to be a really good player in time.
Yeah. I think Brian jokingly said, I think I can see him being lad for Notre Dame. As far as like a Lad McConkey type.
But more athletic.
Yeah.
I think he's got a chance to be to me, there's a lot of, I'm a more fluid version of TJ Jones.
Yes. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call. Yeah.
I see a lot of that in this game too. So so that's a good one, Eric. Very, very good question. So that is going to do it, Sean, for today's show. So we are just under 4. We ended up getting to 4 almost, right? By the time we get done with our likes and stuff, we'll be at 4. So you just knew we had to. So you got the questions. You just had to do it. You just
I
had to
told
do
you,
it.
I'm like, you
Now
still
we got some
jumping to the
questions.
cuts.
So yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, Sean, great job today. Thank you for being on with us, everyone. Thanks for being with us today. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast. Please give us a 5-star review. Sign up for the Irish Breakdown podcast, but also while you're there, sign up for the CFB Nation podcast so you can get all of the Lucky Lefty podcasts. And we are very, 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 very close to 4,000 watch hours on our YouTube channel for the CFB Nation. So if you're hanging out tonight, maybe pop on some of those videos, let them suckers roll. Check out the content on there, because once we get that thing monetized, we're really going to take off with it and be able to start adding so much more content and adding content providers and all that type of stuff. I'm excited about what we're doing. Sean and I have talked a lot about it as well. So a lot of good stuff going on there. So I'm very, very excited to see what those next steps are. And man, I tell you what, Sean, boards.irishbreakdown.com is where you got to be. It's where all the discussions happen, right? With everything going on. So make sure you check that out. We're also doing something cool. Real quick, if you are a member of the site, or you're going to sign up or whatever, we've talked in the past how we have the Booster Club. So we have the Gold Club, the Blue Club, and the Shamrock Club. And so in the past, it was just like a way for people to support us, and we appreciated it. But I always kind of felt that I kind of felt bad that we couldn't do something for people that supported it other than just, hey, a big thank you. There was nothing extra special. Well, we've done very well as a company this past year, and I've always told you we're going to invest in our community and our site and all that. So one thing that we're doing now is we're adding a little something special to our Booster Club. So if you sign up for the IB Booster Club and you're a Shamrock member, you are going to get not only all the perks that come with just being a normal member, but you're also going to get an opportunity to get or not an opportunity, but you will get sent our. We have created sort of like some merch that's going to be specifically for people in the club. So the people that sign up for the Shamrock and the Blue Club will get a chance to get a IB mug. I'm going to show you that here right now. And it's an IB mug. So you're part of the IB club. This is only goes to members of the Irish Breakdown Blue Booster Club. So if you sign up for Blue or for Shamrock, if you sign up for the Blue Club or the Gold Club, you also get a IB mug. If you're someone who signs up for the Blue Club or the Gold Club, the Gold Club is our top club. You'll not only get a chance to have that, but you will also get an IB Gold Club t-shirt. I'm going to show that now as well. So if you sign up for the Gold Club, you not only get the mug, the IB Mug Club mug, but you also get an IB Gold Club t-shirt. These are only available to people that are part of the Booster Club. So these are not sold in stores. They're not going to be given to anybody else. These Gold Club and the IB Mug Club or IB Club mug are only available to people that join those clubs. If you are a current member and you've already signed up to be a Gold or Shamrock member, I'm going to email you by the end of the weekend for your information, because you will be part of this. Because Sean, you know what I hate is when companies offer these really cool deals to get to new subscribers, and then, well, hey, what about me? I've been a loyal subscriber for 2 years. Well, sorry. Thanks. So if you've already signed up for the club, you will still get these perks. We will get these sent out to you. They're free, no cost, no shipping and handling. We'll take care of all of that for y'all. And if you upgrade from a current membership to those, you will also get those. So if you're part of those clubs, no matter how you get there, you get those perks. So definitely check those out. And it's just our way of saying thank you to everybody that does those things, because the Booster Club supports us, and it still supports us, and we're able to kind of do these things. So that's kind of what you do. And if you're blocked, I don't care. You're not getting nothing. So to answer that question, if you're blocked, I don't really care about you. You can take your business somewhere else. That's pretty much how I look at it. So this is going to be for the people that support us in every way, in those type of ways. So Sean, that is it for today, man. Appreciate you. Great job today. Look forward to you and Ryan Monday. Going to kind of wrap up the recruiting, the junior day. So you guys will be back at it on Monday, 2:00 on the IB recruiting hour, Notre Dame recruiting hour show. So that'll be fun. And then we'll be back at it on Tuesday to continue talking about Notre Dame heading into the off season. So have a great day, everybody. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll talk to you again very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.